That sounds good. Hmm. Hello?
Yes,
Okay. Engineer Mike, you can hear me, yeah? Clearly.
I can hear you. Yes,
Okay. Okay, fine. I'm just trying to make sure that my voice is coming out.
it's very, very good.
Okay. A moment.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning, sir.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir. Good
Morning,
morning,
everyone.
sir.
Please, can someone give an opening prayer? A Muslim brother or Christian brother, please.
Okay.
Somebody should give us an opening prayer. Either a sister from the Muslim side or a sister from the Christian side.
Okay, let us go. Our
Go
Heavenly
ahead.
Father, we thank you for today. We thank you for the benefit of life. We thank you for all that you have been doing for us. We thank you for this class. We thank you for your benevolence. We pray, O Lord, for peaceful assimilation. We pray, O Lord, that you will bless the works of our hands. Bless our lecturers so that they will impart on us positively. We have asked through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
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 So now I will hand you over to our facilitator for today, Dr. Ike Chukwueze. We have the floor.
All right. Good morning, all. Can you all hear me? Hello?
We can hear you, sir.
Good
Good morning,
morning.
sir.
Oh,
We
okay.
can
We
hear
can
you.
All
hear you,
right. Good
sir.
morning.
Can hear you,
Yes.
sir.
We can hear
Yes,
you.
sir.
We can hear you.
Thank you so much.
We can hear you,
We
sir.
can hear you, sir.
Okay. So yesterday, Professor Akinjobi had did the lecture this thing. So today we're just going to do a little bit of an assignment, and some I won't call it an assignment. I'll call it a revision, like something to help us assimilate what we already know. So we just do that for a little bit so you can do the next thing. So I will start. At any
Abeg,
time.
shift this thing.
Never
This thing
reach
should
now.
be here.
That one I talk never reach now.
Oh,
I don't want
we'll
it
go
to
straight.
disappear. I want it to be by this side because once they are putting it up.
Mrs.
Please unmute yourself again, please.
Okay, so the questions we are going to be looking at, just one of our question is, as you can see on the screen, so the idea is to give this question and then give us a little bit of time, like maybe 30 minutes or so for us to get something jotted down. Then we'll just look at it together and then we'll make it interactive enough.
In a bit to make it readable.
What? Okay.
I like the screen a little bit to make it readable.
It's at the maximum. Are you saying you can't see what I wrote? Let me see.
It's better like this, better.
Yeah, but the problem with this is that most of this thing will not be seen. So the procurement unit of Federal Ministry of Education intends to
You can see reduce
procure.
further.
What's the problem?
It's okay like this.
I think it's okay like this, yeah, because I have it on a full screen. It makes it difficult for me to look at. So the procurement unit of Federal Ministry of Education intends to procure 150 desktop computers, 50 print. and 30 projectors valued at 48 million. Okay, so as head of procurement, explain step by step how the procurement should be conducted using our request for quotation method, as we discussed in our last class, in our class yesterday. So the idea was to include, the steps that we discussed, that Prof discussed in the last class, in your answers, right? And I, try to see how those things are going to be applied in this case. So what I was hoping was that, I don't just show the answers, that we have some things, at least written out, so that we could discuss that. So the idea is to do that in 3 minutes, if that's okay. Okay, I'm guessing that we have some things out already, right? So is there someone that will have that wants to, share some of the ideas they have from what they've already written down? Or should we just go straight to it? Hello? 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 Should I continue? Please, Engineer Mike, can you still hear me? Hello? 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 Hello?
Sorry, can hear you, sir.
Okay. You can hear me, yeah? So what I asked was whether I could just continue.
Yes, I can continue.
So, so your answer, right? The procurement should follow these ROFQ procedures, right, to and comply with the principles of uh, Public Procurement Act. The first step would be to do the procurement plan, right? What it would The procurement plan is the first thing to do as required under the section 16 and 18 of the Public Procurement Act of Nigeria. So um, it shows that the items must be agreed collectively, um, included in the procurement plan, approved by the management, uploaded to NOCOPO, and procurement files opened, approval obtained before initiation, right? So those things are the first things that have to happen before and then in the next step, you have to conduct market survey, right? Conducting market survey has to be done by the PE, right? To make sure the procurement unit conduct market survey to determine availability of this product, right? Then find out what the product costs in the market, have ideas of how much it costs in the market, then the delivery capacity, and then the suppliers availability. Those have to be checked. Then the third step is to constitute a committee, right? And the committee will be minimum of three and has to be an odd number, right? So in order to make sure that there is always a way to confirm the to confirm to get a majority, I mean. Then have to put the user department represented, and then make sure the project auditor is excluded and avoid so that it will avoid conflict of interest. And then make sure that it aligns with the accountability and transparency rule. And the fourth step, technical specification. The members of the committee, PE's group will make sure that they check out the technical specification of the systems, right? So processor speed, things like that, RAM storage, warranty, operating system. Now, we always make sure that we don't include brand names, right? In the technical specification. So we just, all the other properties of the item that we want to buy. The fifth step is to select the supplier, right? So would have picked three bona fide members, suppliers from the thing that will quote and give the quotation. So now then we issue ROFQ. So the ROFQ include the submission deadline, delivery period, payment terms, fixed price validity, technical specification. Those things are all going to be included in the RFQ. And the seventh step is the bid evaluation. Evaluation should only use the criteria stated in the RFQ and nothing else, right? Everything that it has to be basically the things that were written out in the RFQ that will be used for the evaluation, okay? And these are evaluated based on the predetermined criteria and no new criteria. And all goods must be certified minimum specifications. They must get to at least the standard that was stated, not less. Bidders cannot cannot be rejected for minor deviations. Missing documents must be required, right? May be required. So if there was minor deviations, there's space for them to make corrections, right? Then evaluation report must be signed by all committee members. Committee proceeding remain confidential until approval. The eighth step is the contract award, all right? Successful and non-successful bidders should be notified simultaneously, right? To start from the successful, and then people that didn't succeed, you have also to tell them that they didn't succeed. A written contract is signed clearly allocating risks between the parties, right? All those other things, the contract must be signed with the successful bidder. The ninth step is inspection. You have to use for the systems, right? Since you're talking about ICT, getting laptops, computers, desktop computers for the ministry. The ICT experts, right, have to inspect the equipment, right? And then inspection certificate must be issued. Goods must conform with specification before acceptance. Like we said, the supplier can't supply lower than what the specifications that we had initially, right? Then payment is made only after submission of number one, invoice, delivery note, inspection certificate, store receipt, and a signed contract. So now I definitely don't expect that this thing I said is new knowledge, right? I'm sure that what I'm saying is basically what you have already, even though you haven't written it down, the things that you are thinking, right? Hello? Sorry, I would need to be getting, at least one or two feedbacks, right? So that we are on the same page. The thing with online, this thing, we don't know whether you're on it. Am I still being heard? Somebody, please. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Any questions so far? Any questions so far? We can unmute ourselves now and say something.
We can hear you, sir. We can hear you. We are with you.
So I was asking because I want to move on to the next thing. So I was asking whether we have questions with regards to this thing or it aligns with what we were thinking. Um, okay, I think
Yes,
we
sir.
just go.
It's aligned.
Thank you so
It's
much.
aligned.
Thank
We
you.
can hear you.
Thank you.
It's aligned.
No problem. So the next thing, because we're not supposed to say so long, right? The next thing we're going to look at. So in conclusion, just in conclusion, right? Uh, the process promotes value for money, which is in the whole idea of this is to promote value for money, transparency, competition, accountability, fairness, and right, consistent with the section 16 of the Public Procurement Act. That's the first part. So now we go to the next. Okay, yeah. Now, the case study of procurement of ICT equipment, right? The Ministry of Health intends to procure 250 laptops, 80 printers, 25 servers. Estimated cost 72 million. The procurement officer invited only one supplier, did not conduct market survey, specified Dell as the only product, right? Did not prepare technical specification. Evaluation committee consists of 2 members. Project auditor served on the committee. Opened quotations before submission deadline. Rejected the bidders because one document was missing without requesting clarification. Negotiated price privately with one bidder during evaluation. Paid the supplier before inspection. Now, I mean, we just, again, I said that this will look like, very easy because the idea is to refresh our memories on things that we already did, right? And then, get us over the line, just prepare us for the post quiz as well. So now, it's the case is from Ministry of Health, right? And in this case, it might be that the supplier that they have has been really good in terms of delivering uh, what the everything he quotes, right? And the PE has been comfortable with this person. It makes it easier for them to just want to not have more people come and waste their time, right? So, but now the things that are listed are obviously not what the law says that are not the procedures that we're supposed to follow. So, what happens now in this scenario? We want to just look one by one, and then we just skim through, this, and then we can now close. So the question is identify 10 procurement violations, right, committed and recommend the correct procedure with reference to the Public Procurement Act. Identify 10 procurement violations. So the idea, I don't know, is to have you screenshot this part, screenshot or take a picture of it so that you could use it the more we are going forward, because always refer to it, because I can't have it on the same screen. So I'll move. Error number 1. Only one supplier invited, right? So the requirement for RFQ is at least 3 suppliers, right? Error number 2, no market survey. Market survey are mandatory because why do we need to do market survey? Because the PE has to know how much the product is, right? So that the people don't just quote anything. So you can't trust even if you trust the suppliers, you have to make your own inquiries to make sure that you're getting value for money, right? Error number 3 is brand specification only. So they gave a brand, right? And the technical specification has to avoid using brand names, right? Where necessary, always have to avoid using brand names. Now, error number 4 is no technical specification. This prevents objective evaluation and violates procurement planning principles. Error number 5, evaluation committee had only 2 members. The committee must be 3 to 7, and it has to be odd numbers, right? So that we could have majority and minority, right? Then error number 6 is project auditor on the committee. The project auditor has to be removed from the committee so that in order to avoid conflict of interest. Error number 7, bid open before the deadline. Quotation should remain sealed until immediately after submission deadline. As requested in procurement law, the bid must be sealed because if the deadline shows a specific time, it's immediately after that time that the bids will be open so that it will promote what transparency within the people that are bidding for this, and transparency in the whole process, and makes it easy for difficult for people to try to scuttle this system. Error number 8 is bid rejected immediately for one missing document. The law permits requesting missing document within a specific time frame before disqualification for minor omissions. So the contractor was entitled to be asked for more clarification, and that didn't happen, which was not good on the PE's part. Now, error number 9, private negotiation during evaluation. The law prohibits communication with the bidder until evaluation, during the evaluation, unless authorized by the evaluation committee and conducted in writing. So basically, you can't, the PE can negotiate with the contractors while the process is going on. You have to wait till it's done, or if this is permitted, you have to have a written, the communication has to be conducted in a written manner. Now, the error number 10, payment before inspection. The goods are not inspected. The IT people haven't checked the laptop to make sure that all of them are working fine, to confirm the operating systems, and check one by one. But payment have been made. Maybe because something is not really right in the process, right? So someone must be doing something that's not ideal for that to be the case. So the law requires inspection, insurance of an inspection certificate, and supporting document before payments are done. And those things were the things that were not done in this case study. So now, all those things are related in our Public Procurement Act of 2007, particularly, right? And the sections that were included in these cases are section number 16, section 18, section 32, and section 35, right? And section 16 has to do with fundamental principles of economic transparency, competition, fairness, accountability, and value of money. While section 18, requirements for procurement plan before commencing procurement. 32 talks about bids. Bids must be evaluated only against the criteria disclosed in the solicitation document. Section 35, contract award should follow a proper evaluation process. With this, I will have to end this our section. So now the floor is open to any questions. Hello? Hello? Okay, I'm saying the floor is open. Any questions so far?
So far, no questions, sir.
All right. Thank you so much for this class. Engineer
You're
Mike.
welcome.
Okay, so with this module 7, I've concluded. Any materials for module 7 will be is there in your LMX, and any other questions with regards to this, you could ask along the line, and we'll be happy to communicate with you. So on behalf of the team from Module 7, I'm Dr. Ikechukwu Eze. Um, uh, uh, I'm also your assistant, one of the MIE officers. I will always recommend that you put your name, the details we requested in your in the chat area of this Zoom meeting, both in the beginning and at the end of the day. Thank you so much for your participation. I will now stop sharing.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate.
All right.
Thank you,
Thank you,
sir.
sir.
It's nice to put a face to
Thank,
one of our
thank you, sir.
MME.
Thank you, sir.
No problem at all. Enjoy the rest of this. Yeah, I'll be in the class as well.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Sir, Isa Yunus, sir. I'm having challenges with the chat something. I tried to put my name as attendant, but something
In the
is not
chat.
there. I don't know whether the STT has to assist.
Oh, yeah. It's just what I don't think is it's just to you see the chat. You write your name on it. Currently, people are writing already now.
Yeah, if
Yeah.
I click, it doesn't allow me to.
Okay. Are you within
Inside it.
FUTO or outside?
I'm outside. I'm in AG's area.
Oh, okay. Hi. Okay, just see whether you can solve that problem. If not, we'll try to do it on our own. And you can text me privately.
It's okay.
All right. Okay then. All right. Wait for the next lecture. I'll talk to you, Mike, and then figure it out.
That was sad.
Hello, please, let's give a few minutes for the next facilitator to join. Just 10, 15 minutes, please. Be putting down your attendance, so if you have not done so, please.
Yes, yes. Yeah. Yes, I can hear you. We thank God. Are you okay? Are you okay? Well, well, unless unless my eyes close. Of course, early this year. Unless man got through to January. Scroll to I don't have it. Even if I have it, I wouldn't know where it is now. It can be that. That is it. Don't they? 6 months, 7 months thing. Can you tell him I can't find that?
Good morning, all. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
You are all welcome. Thank you very much. My name is Professor Joaquin Osuagu, and I'm going to handle Module 8 together with Engineer Dr. K.K. Obichere. So we are here. In the next 2 to 3 hours, we'll be able to handle Module 8, which is on contracts management. So I will share my slide so that we can start. I can see so many people here. We may not be able to introduce everybody, but I welcome you all. Good morning, all.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Good morning, sir. You're welcome.
Welcome. Good morning.
Good
morning, sir.
Good morning, Prof. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. It's nice to have you.
Good morning. Scroll down. So we are going to talk about contract management and performance monitoring. I will handle the first part of it that introduces project management, and project management comparison with project management. Then thereafter, my colleague, Engineer Dr. Onyechere, will continue with performance monitoring. And we are going to take some case studies. So thank you very much as we start. So the learning objectives, sorry, let me, by the end of this session, the participant will be able to define a contract, define contract management, and then discuss contract management life cycle. We'll also be able to differentiate between contract management and project management. We'll be able to identify the contract monitoring parameters and then key performance indicators, and then be able to discuss the parameters in relation to goods and works contracts, and also explain performance monitoring. So what is a contract? What is a contract? So a simple definition of contract is that it's an agreement between two or more parties. Just a minute. An agreement between two or more parties that creates an obligation to perform or not to perform a particular action. The earlier definition of contract did not include not to perform. There can also be an agreement not to perform a particular act, not to do something. So you can see that this is a more comprehensive definition. It's an expansion of the definition. Initially, it was talking of an obligation for a performance and a remuneration for that performance. Or contract can also, like I said, be expanded to include an obligation not to perform a particular distinct act. So it's an agreement that is enforceable by law. It's enforceable by law in that the entities involved are people that are recognized by law. So in this regard, you cannot enter into agreements with an entity that is not recognizable, with a person that is a minor. You cannot enter agreement with a minor or a company that is not recognized or agency that is not recognized by law. We'll talk about, please mute yourselves. We'll talk about one of the issues in this country now regarding an illegal government agency. So that agency, as long as it's not legally recognized by any law, you cannot enter an enforceable agreement with that agency. Okay, so a contract is a record that serves as internal check and balance, permitting reviews of procurement activity for inappropriate relationships, reviews of procurement activity for inappropriate relationships like fraud, conflict of interest issues, and regulatory requirements, in addition to forming obligations by and to external parties. So these things are covered by a contract. And when you say it's a record, that means it is written. The contract must be written for it to be enforceable, because we are talking of public procurement. In private procurement, you can enter into an oral contract with somebody, but we are talking of public procurement, so it must be enforceable. This is property standard. So what is contract management, which is the focus of what we are doing? A general definition of management is that management is the art of planning, organizing, controlling, and coordinating to achieve organizational goals. So when we bring this management definition to contract, it means that it is the act of planning, organizing, and managing a contract to achieve the goals of that contract. So it is a continuous procurement process and proof to ensure that suppliers and buyers will do the biddings they had agreed upon. So it is the proof, it is the document that is binding to ensure that they will be able to do what they have agreed upon. The client and the contractor, the buyer and the supplier, the procuring entity and the vendor, that they'll be able to do what has been agreed upon. It includes compliance with terms and conditions of both parties. The terms, the procuring entity wants a performance, and the vendor obligates to perform, and for a remuneration, which is fee. So contract management creates, executes, and analyzes the contract to maximize financial and operational performance. So it creates the contract, executes it, and analyzes the contract to ensure that there is value for money, because that's the essence of public procurement. It plays a vital role in the procurement process of an organization, whether it is a ministry, department, or agencies. The issue that most contracts fail is because contract management is ignored. Sometimes we pay more emphasis on technical aspect of delivering the project without considering the management, and then issues begin to arise. So contract management helps in the smooth running of transactions, maintaining good relationships, and reducing risks. So these are the functions of contract management: to minimize risks, maintain good relationship, and ensure that contractual obligations are kept. So what we are talking, we also later we'll talk it in line alongside project management, so that we know the difference between contract management and project management. So contract management ensures that products or services are sold at an agreed price, assesses the product and services conformity to the specified quality standards, ensures products and services are delivered timely at the right place and correct quantity. The actual delivery of these services is ensured by the project manager. I said we'll talk about it, but now the contract manager assesses the service conformity to specifications and compliance with agreements with regard to time and scope. When a contract is poorly constructed or executed, numerous problems can arise. Therefore, an efficient contract is only possible if managed effectively. So most project failures are a result of management failure. Poor management of those contracts can have all the ingredients, but the management aspect is ignored. And then we run into difficulties. So it is not a function of a single person, contract management, but rather a team effort, which includes program. We have a program manager, we have a procurement manager, and then the contract manager with the professionals at the agency. The contract administrator, right? Sometimes contract manager is also called the contract manager, but they also have desk officers that work with him. In smaller projects, the contract administrator may be limited to a desk officer, but we're talking of big public procurement projects. He's a public official designated to manage the various facets of the contract. He is the main person who handles the daily administration of the performance-related aspects of the contract and documents actions related to the contract, performance-related, while the actual deliverable is managed by the project manager. We will see the relationship between the two as we go on. In order to fully manage a contract administration will require assistance, sometimes from others, to address issues that may arise during contract performance. Of course, he must work as a team with the project management team. He must work with the project manager to address issues. Contract administrator is responsible for ensuring the contract is performed in accordance with contract requirements, ensuring that there is compliance with contractual provisions and mitigating risk, which is a major function of the contract manager. Now, contract management life cycle. We have 5 basic for project itself. You know, the project starts from initiation stage, the planning stage, the execution stage, and then the controlling and monitoring aspects. And finally, the contract flows out. That is for the contract itself, the project itself. But for our presentation here, we are going to look at 6 phases of contract management. 6 phases. Everything has a life cycle, whether in the form of products or even services. That is when it begins and ends. In most African countries and developing countries, they consider contract management to start when contract is signed. No, it starts, there are pre-award, pre-execution aspects of contract management. And what you see in most cases is that the contract manager is given a file once the contract is awarded. He was not part of the initiation and creation of the contract, and that is not complete. So it involves everything from creating the contract to determination and tracking, monitoring, and control. Now, we have 6 distinct stages of the life cycle, which we are going to look at here. Contract creation, negotiation and collaboration, review and approval, administration and execution, ongoing management, and renewal, reporting, and tracking. So these are 6 stages of contract life cycle. They can be broken down into pre-signature, that's pre-signing, the activities that go on before the signing of the contract, which include creation. You have to create contract by defining who and who is involved, what is the scope, and what is the objective of this contract. You have to define those things clearly, and the parties involved must be clearly stated. And review stroke approval. When the contract is created, then there is review and approval by management. So contract management covers this stage for pre-signature. And then post-signature, after the award now, the signing of the agreement, the actual execution. And along the line, there may be a need, like we take some case studies here. You see that the project, there is a need to terminate the contract that is not performing. There may be reasons for that. There may be need also for renewal of contract, especially in a non-consultancy services contract, like outsourcing. When the particular period has been completed, there may be need to renew the contract to continue. Then the reporting and tracking, constant reporting and tracking progress with reference to milestones already established, with reference to key performance indicators already established. So you can see the illustration here that moves from contract creation, negotiation. Contract creation involves defining the contract, identifying the stakeholders, defining responsibilities, and defining the scope of the contract. Then negotiation and the collaboration. Before the award is given, there is negotiation to ensure that the entity gets maximum value for the money he's investing. And also the vendor to ensure that he gets, let me not say maximum profit, at least reasonable benefit from the performance he will perform. And that is the essence. There is a performance, there is a payment for the performance. There are conditions, there are terms that are defined. Review and approval. Approval is usually by the top management. And then the execution proper, when the deliverables are being provided. Management and renewal. Is there a need to renew the contract? Then you are reporting and tracking progress. then so on and forward. So it's a cycle, it's an illustration. There are other illustrations here also that define so this thing vary depending on the source. Also, you can see this one started by drafting, which we call the creation before, to approval. That's approval at that early stage, the negotiation. What we do, no, the one we followed before, this one is the source is from Concord, is that we negotiate and reach agreements before approval, and then signature, and then documentation, then you track progress along the line. So these are the creations, or rather we adopt this first one. This one, first one, the review and approval, and then thereafter signature. This is also another illustration, request or initiation. Maybe in an agency, there is a request by a unit, and then the contract is created by defining the terms, and then the negotiation and the review. Sometimes a number of vendors are invited. There is a bid, advertisement, and then contracts could also be amended along the line. Contract expiry and the renewal also. Now, the life cycle, we want to take them one by one. Now, pre-signature activities involve everything from creating the contract to signing. Now, creating the contract, you have defined, maybe possibly from this assessment, there is need for this, and then you define it, carry out the other activities, including a design, and then determination of a cost, the budget, and then bid advertisement following the stipulated guidelines. And then while post-signature activities, the bulk activities are post-signature anyway. The essence of pre-signature is to ensure a smooth execution of the projects. So the things that are happening in pre-signature activities may not be very tangible, but they are necessary. They cannot be overlooked. But the bulk of the resources involved in the contract take place within the signature, post-signature period. After the contract is signed and continue until it's either renewed or terminated, or the contract is completed also. For effective management, organizations can deploy the use of contract lifecycle management software. So there is a software for contract management that makes this thing easier. And one of those softwares is CLM software. For big projects, these things are deployed so that the task of planning, organizing, controlling, and coordinating with regard to the contract are computer-driven. The CLM software is like an eager intern or internship who wants to work assiduously. So that's the software. Once you input information, it gives you results immediately. It follows up before you even act, double checks your work for you, and helps to dig around the dusty filing cabinet to locate the documents you need. It makes the contract management process more intuitive and helps keep track of contracts at every stage in the contract life cycle. It helps to track every stage of the contract life cycle. Now, we look at contract creation. This is the first stage in contract management. After you get a verbal agreement, the next thing to get it in writing. You have already, in principle, agreed with a vendor that he is able to do this and that. So long as it is public procurement, it must be put in writing. Private procurements can be done with oral agreements, but public procurement, you must put it in a writing after the verbal agreement. Creating a contract can be as a result of the following: verbal agreements, new contract requests or intake requests from needs assessment, contract amendments, contract renewals, and contract cancellations. When a contract is cancelled, it needs to be renewed. In many cases, you'll be working off a template for the contract, but it requires careful attention to embed the subject procurement specifics. In most times, you have a template form of contract, and you just fill in the necessary information there. Name of contractor, name of client, scope of work, and then the other issues with regard to contract amounts. What are the consequences of contract failure, not performing? What are the terms? They are stated there clearly. And then once it is signed, it is binding on the parties involved. When creating a contract, it's important to make sure it covers all relevant information about the agreement to avoid disputes. Services, including services each party will receive or provide. The date is stated, commencement date, completion date, pricing, contract sum, projected milestones and expectations. Let's say for a building project, the milestones can be from foundation to DPC level. From DPC level, then the time and the cost is stated. From these informations are gotten from the bill of quantities or bill of engineering measurement and the evaluation. The milestones and the expectations for each milestone. So while the end date may be specified in a contract, no contract legally terminates until the agreed deliverables are made and our contract is formally terminated, and there is a closing out exercise which formally marks the end of that contract, with the hope that the objectives of the contract would have been realized. So that is very important for us to note. Now, contract negotiation and the collaboration. Negotiation is one of the most important steps in contract life cycle. And companies, these big contractors, do not play with a negotiation because it is there that their interests are protected. So people that negotiate contracts take positions and ensure that the interest of the organization is well protected. And it's a very important step in contract life cycle. Once the first version of the contract has been delivered, the work has just begun. There is a period of negotiation between the involved parties. Contract parties negotiate the framework of specifications drafted when creating contracts. The parties involved in a typical public project, the procuring entity, who is the client himself, and then the contractor and the consultants in consultancy services projects. And then they form the parties. Now, when you are negotiating, it may not end in a day, it may not end in a meeting. You can go back and continue again. You can see the time it takes for people involved in this war between Iran and the United States and Israel. They hold series of meetings, negotiating and discussing. And nobody takes a rigid position. Negotiation does not involve taking a rigid position. I will not shift my position. No. It's all about shifting position. So long as the contract, the project objectives will not be compromised. Positions can be shifted. Let's say the client says, this contract, I want it in 3 months' time. And then the contractor comes and says, we are in the rainy season. Why don't you give me a few more weeks in case rain disrupt activities sometimes? And the representing the client say, no, it must be that 3 months. They are not considerate. And then the contractor cannot say, if I say give me 5 months because of the rain, and it must be like that. No, it's all about shifting positions, so long as it will not involve compromising the project objectives. The owner, for instance, may want to say, I want you to finish this project, a building, in 2-story building in 2 months. I have had that experience. And you check and say, no, if I do concrete, it will take me 21 days to lose the formwork, and I'm going to do it for first floor, second floor. It is not possible. And he insists, no, the best thing is now I can work out. There is also a time of working out from contract negotiations. You can work out, because if you get into issues that are in conflict with your organizational goals, maybe the company also wants you to do something that is not in line with the laws of the land. One of the entities want that, because contract must be something that is enforceable by law. Anything that is illegal in the contract is not enforceable. A time to walk out from the contract, a time to come back and forth process, which is called redlining. It occurs in Word and is most often sent via message. So the back and forth process is redlining. If there is an issue that has not agreed, you mark it with red line. It's an issue we have to sort out. After the back and forth talks and collaboration, agreed upon terms and conditions provide clear insight into the expectations of contract parties. The negotiations are likely to cover both commercial and legal terms. Commercial and legal terms, ensuring contractual compliance. And this may involve many people on both sides of the transaction. One best practice is to first to agree on the strategy to manage the negotiations, including selecting team members. Now, a negotiator must be somebody just like that have negotiating skills. He must be somebody that is eloquent when he's talking, for instance, somebody that is patient, somebody that can listen to others, somebody that is not easily provoked, because there can be provocation during negotiation, but you hold yourself. That is a skill. Sometimes the engineer may not have this skill. That's why we talk about management now, because there are issues where somebody might say, why is it not mandatory that the project, the contract manager must be an engineer for an engineering project, so to say. He may not have that patience. He may not have management skills to do this negotiation, because he's thinking of technical things about the site. He's thinking of mathematics and things he's going to resolve in the drawing. So he may not be patient. So organizations usually have contract managers who they could be engineers, but who have acquired management skills. They may not necessarily be lawyers. I was involved in a project where we had to draft an agreement. I told them there is a template, there's a standard template we can use. They said, no, we'll get a lawyer to draft the agreement. I said, okay. When they got a lawyer, I'm not saying a lawyer cannot do it, but a lawyer must also have a management skills. It's not conventional law. Contract management is not conventional law. So I allowed them to get a lawyer. The number of clauses that lawyer added in that contract will make it unenforceable. So I told them, you are creating problems. Because if you go by that, this contract will not be enforceable. Because that lawyer was not skilled in contract management techniques. So eventually they accepted the template we have. There are templates for this thing. You just fill the forms. It's called form of agreement. in contract documents. You just fill the necessary information there and what is binding to you. So negotiations are likely to cover, okay, I've talked about one best practice is to first agree on strategy to manage the negotiations. Selecting team members is very important. Don't select somebody who is impatient. Don't select somebody who can easily be provoked, who is very temperamental to go and negotiate contracts. Don't select somebody who has no idea of the contract. He has not studied the provisions of the projects, the activities involved. He may not be a technical person, so to say, but he has an idea of what the project is all about. And then he is involved, knowing what concessions that are allowed. You don't make concessions that will keep the company in trouble. Let me tell us that every vendor, every contractor has one objective: to make profit. No contractor will agree to do a work that is running at a loss. That's why contracts are abandoned. Once the thing is too tight for him, you will see either he will abandon the project or he will start some issues. So it's also fair that he is not put in a very tight corner. I've seen some contracts, things are hard. Some people say, let us start first of all. Meanwhile, the man has been in debt. He has not been paid several months of contract he did for government. And another one comes, they give him at a price that is not realistic. He agreed. Of course, let me have some money to at least feed my family. Then already there is a problem. So a contract must be not one that make concessions. Now you do a contract and the negotiation asks you, give me 20% discount. And you agree. You didn't go back to check the effect of this 20% discount. I was involved in a project which the middleman that helped us get that job, the middleman, he has a commission, and the commission agreed was 10%. But along the line, it was becoming very tight for us, very, very tight. That if not that is more of a consultancy work, we'll not be able to deliver it, because that agreement we made, possibly we are desperate to get the job, and we agreed 10% for the agent that helped us get the job. It's not, this one, what I'm talking about is not a kickback that you give government of your, that one is a different thing. That one is illegal. We'll not teach illegality in this training. I'm talking of there are organizations that are agents that help you also introduce you to clients, and you pay them for their services. That's what I'm talking about. And then that agreement you had, the concession. Of course, we had to plead with them again that help us, and they reasoned also, but everything is all about agreement. So don't make concession that will put you in a tight corner. I've just shared my own personal experience, because in the end, you would have it to deliver the job. Once the contractor is not making the vendor, the supplier, is running at a loss, and they are not able to accommodate his complaints or genuine complaints, conflict has resulted. He will not take profit he has made from another contract to do another contract. No, he will not do it. Instead, issues will arise. So you must know what concessions to make and when to walk away, knowing that you cannot afford to do it at a loss. Complex negotiations take time and effort, and situations change. You must be very flexible when you are negotiating. So detailed records should be kept of all discussions, because the human memory may forget. But when there are records, you will be able to remember. Contract review and approval. The approval is done by the management. Let's say, in fact, depending on the threshold, we have different thresholds. There are contracts that will be contained by the accounting officer, chief accounting officer of the entity. Like we are in FUTO now, there is a level of contract. I think maybe when we are discussing those who are in public procurement can give this information or the thresholds of approval. The vice chancellor can approve up to a certain amount. A certain amount, the ministerial level, the minister can approve. And a certain amount must go to Federal Executive Council. I'm sure, and I learned that the figures have been reviewed. We can find out these figures so that you know the approval. That you, that is a contract manager, or the project manager, or the bid review committee, you only make a recommendation. The approval lies with the top management. So the contract goes through a second draft and is reviewed by the parties for comments and corrections. The figures are rechecked. If it is talking of the bill of quantity, the figures are rechecked. A system is set to notify the approving parties so they can review, edit, and comment on the contract in real time. This phase of the process is dependent on how an organization works and if they have audit procedures or other policies about specific procurement procedures. So you have in-house audit units that will also have to go through it. Contract approval should follow a general approval time as a bounce back and forth between both parties. So part of the requirements of Procurement Act is this approval time. How far along the chain of command the approval has to investigate can influence the duration of the approval process. So if there is a duration for the approval process, a minister or procuring officer or accounting officer, chief accounting officer cannot keep the contract indefinitely. You know, sometimes you have this language they use, keep in view, KIV, and the project is forgotten. But if there is a time frame, then approval or no approval must be given. The types of rules and number of people who are looped in for approval will vary widely depending on the organization. Sometimes pass through the audit, sometimes may pass through from the bid review committee, and then all these stages goes through before the approval is given. Why? These are checks and balances because it's public procurement. We're talking of public fund. If it's an individual project, it doesn't need to go through this thing. The Dangote organization is a private entity for now. If it doesn't need to go through all these stages. I was listening to his review, how he implemented the refinery project. Everything there was done by Dangote Group. The design, the procurement, the execution, the consultancy, the supervision was done by Dangote Group. They did not engage any external vendor to do anything for them. He had Indians, he packaged as a design team, packaged as procurement, packaged as a construction, packaged as a monitoring. So he has a complete team. And he was able to achieve great with that. That it was a design and build arrangement, but in-house. But we cannot do that for public procurement. There are checks and balances. They are the house, the National Assembly that does oversight functions. They are the ministry agencies that also do supervision and monitoring of the project. So it cannot follow that pattern. Contract execution, this is the actual, in fact, a whole bulk of the resources for that project are consumed at this stage, the execution stage of the project. Once a contract has been approved, it then becomes necessary for those parties to sign it. And once it is signed, it is binding on the agreement, on the executors. Now, when the contract is signed, sometimes part of the requirements is a performance bond. be it performance bond you obtain from a bank or insurance company to ensure that you will start that project. Sometimes the agreement is signed, the contractor fails to start the project. That entity has spent on some money in managing that contract up to that stage, so that if you are able to start, then that bond, you lose that amount. That's the guarantee. Although many team members are involved in contract review and approval, there is typically one person from each party who signs on behalf of the organizations. Some contracts may require witnesses. This is very important. An organization cannot send the secretary to sign an agreement on his behalf. It is not enforceable. It must be the chief executive who may delegate somebody also with that mandate. It's not an issue. It may be during contract negotiations, he may send the secretary, he may send the engineer and all that, but if the chief executive, who is recognized for public procurement as the chief accounting officer of the organization. So in university system, for instance, the vice chancellor is the chief accounting officer. So every agreement for a major contract is signed by him. He may delegate the director of physical planning to sign on his behalf. But that is also at the level of a director. He may not send maybe head of a department or this team to sign a contract agreement for the university. No, it may not be enforceable. So when meetings, negotiations are being held, it is important to find out that representative of the organization, do you have the mandate to take decision and sign on behalf of the company? Once the person say, I have to get back to my boss, then you don't do business with that person. It must be somebody that has the mandate and can sign on behalf of the organization. Somebody who cannot take decision and say, wait, let me ask my organ. Then that person doesn't have the mandate. You better don't even continue discussion with that person. It must be somebody who can take decision and it is binding on the organization. The organization will not come tomorrow and say, the person we send, we don't know what he did. No, it's not like that. So it will be a waste of time holding negotiation meetings with a fellow who does not have such mandate to sign agreements. So each party, there is one person that has a right that can sign for the organizations, for the organization. This process, okay, may require witnesses, witness from both sides who also will act as we witness this agreement. We observed it. Each party must comply with its rights and obligations during the contract period. Your right is that I'll be paid for my services, the right. And my obligation is that I will perform an act. It will be to build a house. Then you must pay me for that services. And then on the part of the client, you have a responsibility to make payment for somebody that is rendering services, somebody who was undertaking risks on your behalf. That's what that vendor is. He has, in delivering that service for you, he has taken some risks that are your responsibility, and he's managing that risk for you. That's why he is paid for the services. Then, both have rights and obligations that must be respected. Sometimes the client may think that he's also doing a big favor to the person that is rendering services. Yes, the person rendering services also is doing some favor. So it's issue of a mutual give and take something. That because some person doesn't render that service for you, you are not able to do it yourself. So that's why you pay him to eat. Somebody wants to build the house, he wants me as an engineer to do the design. He will not be able to do it himself. And he gives it to me, and I do the design, and I take responsibility that if there is failure, I am liable, but I have to be paid for it. That's why professionals are paid professional fee for their services. Now, ongoing contract management and renewal. So for ongoing contract, that's contract that is ongoing, like most non-consultancy services contracts, like maybe a provision of IT support, cleaning of the environment, catering services. These are examples of non-consultancy service, and they are bound for particular durations, and they can be renewed. So contract management does not start in this case after it has been signed. It involves administration with contract repository. An easy to access repository makes documents easy to search and find with just a few keywords. That's what software can do. Ongoing contract management is when you fulfill obligations of your agreement up to the opinion or desire to renew. This includes like keeping track of contract milestones, ensuring obligations are met after the contract is signed, tracking changes or amendments to your contract, executing periodic audits to ensure your contract is compliant. This is very important also. By the agreed upon dates for contract renewal, you will have to decide if a contract should be renewed or terminated. You decide, has he performed? Did he deliver? Did we achieve the objectives of this contract? Typically, contract renewal, where necessary, is premised on good performance when the person has performed well. This step is important as renewing a contract is not always beneficial to either party. It's not always beneficial, so you need to review this thing. It's not automatic that the contract must be renewed. When the person has not performed, you don't renew it again. And when I have performed and you didn't treat me well, I will not do it well. I was involved in a contract. After doing the work, the person said, I will give you another work. I said, no, sir, I don't want to work again for you, because he wasn't paying on time. And that's a major issue. When you don't pay on time and you want the work to be delivered. So I declined. So renewal is not automatic. Sending reminder alerts when key contract dates approach, deciding whether to continue or terminate a contract. Contract renewal is applicable when the relationship between parties is beneficial and the parties want to remain in contract to continue doing business with each other. Instead of undergoing all the previously mentioned stages of a new agreement, parties are given opportunity to revisit discounts. Are you going to give me discounts? Renegotiate terms and engage in discussions for more beneficial outcome. Everybody wants benefits, and everybody wants value for money and value for services that I have rendered. Once the contract reaches its end date, it must be renewed to stay in active status if necessary. If the contract is due for renewal, the process should be completed. The process should be completed promptly to avoid financial risk to both parties. So it should be completed promptly to avoid financial risk to the parties involved. So the next stage we want to look at, when we have been able to look at contract management, what it means, contract management life cycle, the 6 stages that are involved. And we now want to look at contract management and project management. Sometimes there is a conflict in an organization. Who is a contract manager and who is a project manager? Sometimes lack of understanding makes contract managers to be having issues with project managers. So we want to look at what is project management side by side with contract management. So it's important we understand this thing. Now, let me also point out that in small projects, the project manager does the work of a contract manager in small projects. But in large-scale public projects, they are separate personalities, the project manager and the contract manager. Now, what is project management? The Project Management Institute, which is a body of knowledge for project management, defines project as a temporary, organized human endeavor to provide a solution to an identified need. I want us to note this definition very well. It is temporary. That means it has a beginning and an end. It has a time frame. Every project has a time frame. It has a beginning and end. It is organized human endeavor. That means it is a process. It is organized and is undertaken by human being. Project is undertaken by human being. Even if you deploy robots to do the project, human beings direct the robots to provide solutions for that project, and it is to provide a solution. So projects are to provide solution to identified need. That's why it is important to start a project and complete it. When project is started and not completed, it has not provided the solution. When it is abandoned, it has not provided the solution. When it is of poor quality, it has not provided the solution. When there is cost overrun, it exceeds the budget, it has not provided a solution. So that's very important. Now, it is important that the project is bound by definite objectives within the constraint of time. So these are the project parameters: time, scope, quality, and cost as budget. These are called what we call project contract management rectangle. These 4 parameters are the things that guide. They are the constraints of the project. It must have a specific time frame. The scope must be defined clearly. For civil projects, for instance, the drawing must be very clear. For engineering projects, there are drawings specifying it. For non-works services, non-works contracts, that's goods contracts, the specifications, the terms of reference must be clearly stated. Description of services must be very clear. And then very, very important, the terms of reference, and then the quality of the specified, the budget, which is regards to the cost. So maybe later we'll talk about what we talk about. We can discuss providing solution to an identified need. We don't start a project without an identified need. Most of what we are seeing in this country, which they call projects, are not projects because there is no identified need. When most of these constituency projects need to be reviewed, you see, for instance, you see solar street lights everywhere, even in communities that have no access. Bushy area is not a need. So those projects, though they are there, they are not providing any solution. The basic need of those people may be road. They need access, they need water and supply. But because there are no needs assessment to identify needs, what you see mostly is solar street lights everywhere. I need to be explain the purpose of this project, whether it's identifying a need, whether it's solving a need. Well, that is my own opinion anyway. Contract management versus project management. So I want to make some explanation here with regard to primary focus before we go to the slides. Now, the primary focus of the project manager is overall project delivery. He wants to deliver the project. He wants to deliver the project. That is, he wants to see the building finished. That is primary focus. Now, he is working side by side with a contract manager. The contract manager may not be reporting to him. He may still be reporting to management, but he is working with the project manager to help achieve the project goals, to ensure that projects are delivered. So the contractual compliance, risk mitigation, and relationship management are aspects now that are handled by the contract manager. That's his own focus. Now, with regard to responsibilities, the contract manager is in charge of planning, scheduling, and compiling project activities. He coordinates the resources for the projects and also coordinates the stakeholders. He ensures that project deliverables are meet the objectives and the project goals. Now, with regard to the contract manager, he is in charge of negotiating contracts, monitoring contractor performance, managing contract risk, claims, and disputes. If there are issues with host communities, if there are militant youths there, this is not what the project manager is going to bother himself. He has technical issues to resolve. Then the contract manager sorts out these contractual issues. And then the scope of work of the project manager is very broad. It covers all aspects of the project life cycle, from initiation to closure. Now, the scope of work of the contract manager is narrow, but he also identifies with the project manager. He works with him. He's focused on contractual teams, obligations, and enforcement. Contractual obligations and the enforcement. He works with the project manager and reminds him there's an obligation that the client, that that he needs to perform, the contractor needs to perform at the site also. And then he works with, the contract manager now, with legal teams, contractors, and the suppliers. Now, the stakeholder interaction, the project manager works with the client and organizational leadership. And these are the major issues. So the performance of the project manager is measured by project success criteria: completion time, cost, and the scope of the work. The contract manager's success is measured by compliance to contract time and to what extent he was able to minimize disputes, ensuring value for money. Now, he ensures legal compliance and ensures adherence to contract clauses, while the project manager drives the project execution. He recruits his team, the people he worked with. He allocates resources and disbands the team at the end of the project. So we look in a tabular form, just the comparison between in addition to all I have said now. Both management and contract management have common competencies. They apply knowledge and skills. They define, plan, schedule, and control. Leadership, communicating, and coordinate. These are management, general management competencies. Starting up and dissolving project teams. Balancing requirements, schedule, and resources. Being sensitive to people. Managing both deliverables and the process. These are things that are familiar with them, but they work as a team. They don't go to site and begin to drag shoulder. Even though the project manager had more responsibility than the contract manager, he will not also neglect the role of contract manager. Neither will the contract manager now begin to dabble into technical things, like what is the quality of concrete? What is a mix ratio? What is how many bags of cement did you put in the concrete? For instance, he's going into the project manager's area, and that is his responsibility. Another thing that is in conflict sometimes is project engineer and project manager. For small projects, the project engineer can be project manager for small projects, but for big projects, there are distinct responsibilities. Like I said, the project manager must not be an engineer. Though an engineer who has acquired skills in management will make a good project manager, but he may not necessarily be an engineer. In fact, in big projects, complex projects, it is encouraged that the project manager is neither an engineer, architect, or quantity surveyor because of the tendency to take sides during issues. If the contractor is an engineer and the project manager is an engineer, naturally, he may take side with his professional colleague. If he's an architect, he may take side with his professional colleague. But if he's, say, for instance, an economist that has acquired some technical skills also to be able to understand the project, then he will make a good project manager. I'm not saying that you will not go and hire project manager for the road projects who has not done any course, any training on understanding what the road is. What is road pavement? You should be able to know it. What is it they talk of asphalt? You know what asphalt is, even though he's not an engineer. So these things are very important. So we have seen successful project managers as engineers that acquired, or technical people that acquired skills in management, just as some of us now who may be in a engineering unit are undergoing this training. We are acquiring some management skills. So management is different from engineering, but are necessary to ensure public project success. So that is it. So in this table now, we see the difference clearly. A project manager must understand the project. He must clarify problems and project objectives. On the other hand, contract manager understands the project also. Structure of the organization. The project manager clarifies organizational relationships and roles. He recruits the project team. He recruits the people he's going to work with. You are not going to force people. The management in the office can recommend somebody. He knows that and have achieved result for him. So he recruits his project team, which he disbands at the end of the project. Let me say one thing clear here. People that are recruited as part of project team, they are not full-time staff of the organization. When the project ends, they will be disbanded. And some of them may not understand this thing. We had an issue with when they were doing the World Bank housing estates in Imo State. So the project manager recruited some staff who were working with that project. It lasted for some years. And they didn't know they are not regular. They were earning salaries from the project. They didn't know that they were being paid directly from the project. And they didn't understand that they are not civil servants. So when the project ended, they were not getting salaries again. They were doing demonstration. The head of service said he doesn't know them. They are not regular civil servants. They are project workers. And the project has ended, so the work has ended. So many of them protested and did all manner of things, but in the end, nobody listened to them because they are not in the payroll of the state government. They are not civil servants. The head of service did not know them. They were project team members, and it has a beginning and end. The project has a beginning and an end. So we understand that whenever we are in a project, it has a beginning and an end. So for the project contract manager, he must understand the project organization. His own mostly is understanding and working with the project manager. He builds a team, develops individuals into a cohesive team, does trainings, capacity building to develop them and to enable them acquire skill. Now the contract manager plays appropriate role. It's not his responsibility within the project team. He is part of the project team, but he plays his appropriate role. A project manager must design, control and reporting system, time, cost, resources, and quality. Then he prepares tracking and reporting system for scope changes, progress, and expenditures. A contract manager must understand this and participate. He understands and participates. You can see his own role. Now, he organizes procurement. Here, there may be a conflict. The contract manager should not interfere with procurement requests because it's the project manager that knows what the project wants. The only thing the contract manager helps him to ensure that it is done in terms that are not in conflict with the contract, and that to ensure that the quality is realized also. So that's very important in his own case. He ensures that that is realized in the So he does the procurement services, equipment, and works is his responsibility. And then the contract manager understands and participates in the process of managing the contract. So that's his responsibility that he does also. The project manager executes and controls the work. He begins the work on deliverables, track and control progress. Contract manager just understands and he participates to ensure a hitch-free arrangement. Now, project termination. He disbands the project team and ensure completion of commitments of all parties involved. Turn control over to operations personnel. So once that project is completed, he hands over to the line management that does the control. I will give us an illustration. We had a building project under the CE-sPESS here in FUTO, and I was project manager. I managed the project until the day it was handed over. After it's handed over, my responsibility, the deliverables have been achieved. Now, the day-to-day management of that building now goes to the works department of the university. That's after the handover. So you have completed my services, and then you hand over for day-to-day running, the day-to-day administration. They might have a works department, they might have a works unit, maintenance unit, and so on and so forth. So contracts, key parameters. The key parameters of a procurement contract are time, cost, quality, and scope. These parameters are interdependent, and a change in one parameter may affect the one other. So a project is deemed successful if it is completed within the time estimated, within the budgeted cost of the designed quality and scope. That's when you say a project is successful. For effective contract management, the procuring entity's contract management team must develop a complete set of procedures to manage each of the above parameters. They must develop a set of parameters to manage each of the above parameters. Time control procedures for goods and contracts. For goods contract, you know, we have 3 types of public procurement contracts. We have a works contract, which are the most capital intensive. We have goods services contract. We have consulting services contract and non-consulting services contract. That's 4. So when we look at goods contract now, goods contract has to be with placing an order, or a job order, or a request for supply. Then the specifications are clearly stated. So in this case, there are no drawings to define the scope. In goods contract, there are no engineering drawings to define the scope of the work, but description of services, request order clearly states these things clearly. Relevant procedures for control of time needs to be applied in controlling the performance of the contracted quality. In goods procurement, this time must ensure both parties to the contract perform their respective duties in the manner that can lead to the delivery of the goods within the time specified in the contract, within the time period specified in the contract. Delivery of goods and the services. This one has to do with maybe send quotation, send supply within so period of time. And then for works contract. Now, works contract, like I said, this is where the bulk of public fund is spent, is in work services contract. When you hear road projects awarded at trillions of naira, billions of naira, they are works contract. So that's if we must control corruption, it is mainly in works contracts. That's where there is need for proper management to ensure that public fund, there is value for it. The procedures can involve control of physical performance of the contract of services, its approved timeline. How does he deliver within the timeline he has proposed? Requesting remedial measures in cases of delays and monitoring of progress in order to be able to issue timely notices of potential delay. If there is extraordinary rain and rainy duration that was not envisaged, you can then put a notice with regard to that. Now, especially for work items that are on the critical part. Now, in management, in work scheduling, project manager develops a work schedule. It determines the critical part. That is a part. There are different parts you can follow to complete the project, but a part in which you cannot accommodate any delay. The longest part in that critical diagram, in that precedent diagram, is what we call the critical part. There are no time lags. You cannot afford to exceed. For projects that are not on the critical part, okay, you can accommodate overruns and slack times are available there. But in critical parts, there are no slack times. And you must ensure that critical part activities are completed within the time to it. For items that are on the critical part, a key task of contract management with respect to time control, identifying the critical part. Time control procedures and services. Consulting services contracts. Okay, these are for consultancy. These can include control timesheets, time-based contracts to control of submission of milestone deliverables under lump sum consultancy contract. For non-consulting services, which could be outsourced services, cleaning services, IT support, catering services, security services, these can include control of submission of milestone as well, control of time needed by the contractor as compared to the time prescribed in the service level indicators. Cost control procedures. Where is it going to start? What slide now? Correct me. Okay. After cost control procedures. Okay. Okay. Cost control to integrate physical delivery of goods, services, and work against contractual and ensure timely approvals and correct amount of payments. Timely approval and correct amount of payments. Certificates are raised for payment and they are paid within so period. Now, a situation where, for instance, the chief executive approaches a project site, or you say, pay the contractor 40%, pay the contractor 50%, we're already running into crisis because it is not in line with the approved payment procedures. For most projects, contractor may be given an advance payment. In some projects, like state fund projects, you don't even talk about advance payment. You earn your payments. You work and there are measurements to evaluations for you at the end of the month. And certificates are raised, and within a period of time, the contractor, the client is supposed to pay, and then so that work will continue. Contract management system should be integrated with the finance management system of the government or the project, as the case may be. Typical causes of cost overrun. Why do we have a situation that is cost overrun in projects exceeding the budgeted cost? Now, everybody knows about inflation, but there are inherent problems like the engineering design is flawed. The engineering design is flawed. It didn't give proper design. And when you go to, it didn't consider, for instance, that the soil is very weak, and that you need to do stone base. And at the point there, you begin to add something that was not in the initial design for that road, and that the area is swampy, and you cannot build a house with normal foundation. You have to do piling. You have to do wrap foundation. Then it means that engineering design was flawed, or there was no engineering design at all in some. These are issues that may lead to cost overrun. Rise in price of raw materials due to inflation. This one is regular in Nigeria, and we are living with it. A change in exchange rates, change in taxes or duties, all these we are suffering in Nigeria. Now, unforeseen conditions. Example, a significant difference in subsurface ground from what was expected. Now, the subsurface ground, that's inside the ground, there was no anticipation that there will be rock. But when you start the project, you meet rock. The contractor is not going to charge you the same amount to blast the rock as he had before. So there's going to be a variation. These are issues that call for variation, change in scope of the work due to unforeseen circumstance. Higher level of change orders, variations can expect, especially if they relate to high unit rates of prices. Change orders are coming every month. Fraudulent practices by suppliers, contractors, and consultants, such as overbilling, double billing, and fake timesheets. These are things that we see in Nigeria. Overbilling, double billing. I had a case when, because there were no contractual procedures and agreements, the governor ordered in one of the states as a contractor to be paid. And then, because the way they operate, that contractor was paid. Now, the contractor still went and requested for that payment again, double payment for a particular job. That's fraud and fake timesheets. We must verify these things very well. With regard to people that are paid based on the number of hours they work, maybe security or caterers that work based on particular hours. Quality control procedures. There are many different types of quality management control systems. It is important to select an appropriate system or methodology based on the nature of the contract. The system should be agreed with the contractor and in place before the contract commences. These include procedures for testing of the inputs and outputs of the contract, including physical site inspection, control of work method, contractor quality assurance system, and control of compliance with environmental, social, and labor requirements in works and services. For goods contract, these procedures can include pre-shipment inspection, testing and inspection upon delivery. That's for goods services. Quality control, different ways to ensure quality management, to ensure that is satisfaction, user satisfaction. When the quality is not achieved, there will be no end user satisfaction. Very important. The essence of quality control is to ensure end user satisfaction. Now, typical causes of poor quality include flaws in the employer's design or design. The outputs of finished goods do not meet the required specifications. Poor quality assurance tests or inspections. Fraud. You can see fraud is a recurring factor in all these cases, and it's a major thing in our country. In inferior materials being used and poor quality outputs. Scope control procedures. The procedures for control can include verification of the business case for implementing change, the authority to order a change, and the compliance, that's the legal aspect, requirement with respect to nature of the change, and verification of cost as a percentage of the overall contract, and whether it can be treated like a variation or requires a new procurement. No, let me do the mistake. Something I want to do. as a case study I will do. So let me just do one case study so that you do. Okay. Let me do this case study. So we do bring that information on. So with that, we have come to the end of the study, as I said. But let me do a recap of what we said. We captured the meaning of contract as agreement between two parties that is enforceable unto the law, in law, to perform, and a promise to perform, and a promise to pay for the performance and risk management with regard to that. And then we compared contract management with project management. When we say project management must have a need also. So we want to have a case study here, which we can also discuss together. Now, the case is, there are questions we answer with regard to this case study. But let's look at the case before. Case of contract monitoring failure in construction projects. The Minister of Works in Benue State awarded 8.5 billion naira contract to XYZ Construction Limited for the rehabilitation of a 45-kilometer rural road under donor-funded program. The contract duration was 18 months. The clear milestones and KPI defined the contract management plan. The contract provisions are as follows. Time, 18 months. Cost, fixed contract with limited variation. So the variation allowance is 10%. That means 10% contingencies could be allowed for variations. The quality, in summary, is that the asphalt thickness is 50 millimeter, compliance with engineering standards, and the scope is full rehabilitation, including drainage, culverts, and signage, road marks. The key performance indicators are as follows. Monthly progress must be greater than 5%. Yes. Monthly progress must be greater or equal to 5%. Defect rates must be less than 2%. Cost variance must be less than or equal to 5%. Completion within schedule, no allowance made for this thing. Now, let's see what happened in this case. After 10 months of execution, remember the period is 18 months. Only 30% of the work has been achieved. After 10 months, it should be 55%. That means the scope is not achieved. The contractor claimed that there is delay due to rainfall and late site access. This could be acceptable reasons. Now, cost escalation. The contractor submits variation claims of 1.8 billion, 21, exceeding the allowed threshold. Number 3 has to do with quality issues. Independent inspection reviews substandard asphalt thickness, 30 to 35 millimeter. You can see that the quality has been compromised. Asphalt is that surfacing on the road, that black surfacing that is laid for traffic after the road base. That's what we call the asphalt. Weak monitoring. No consistent site inspection reports. KPIs not tracked regularly. So the management is weak of that project. And then time control failure, lack of critical path monitoring. If there was critical path, they would have known activities on the critical path, like earthwork that should be completed before the rainy season, because you don't do earthwork during rainy season. Delayed response to early warning signals. Poor enforcement of time extension procedures. Cost control weakness. Absence of end value analysis. Weak validation of variation claims. Payment approval not linked to physical progress. These are why that you have that issues. No structured inspection or testing regime. Contractor bypass agreed quality assurance procedures. Governance and monitoring gaps. Contract management plan not operationalized. No key performance indicator tracking dashboard. So these are the observations. So long-term lessons, early deployment of contract management plan is critical. Key performance indicators must be actively monitored at the early stage before it becomes a serious issue. Contract management must be integrated with project management. That's the challenge. In that project, we do not see contract management. So I want us to answer this question that we are posed now and discuss them. Number one, so if you want to, you can unmute them so that we can discuss this thing. Okay. I hope you are with me.
Yes, sir.
Okay, maybe I will stop sharing so that way. Okay. Say identify 4 contract management failures in this case. In this project in Benue State, can you identify 4 management failures? If you have identified, you raise up your hand and then you talk. Who? Okay, Miracle. Yes. Identify the contract management failures. Miracle, you can talk.
Okay, sir. I think that one of them is time control failure, the cost control weakness, and quality control breakdown.
Okay.
Close management.
Please, if you are not talking now, let's hear Miracle. He's talking. He talked about time control management failure. Yes.
Cost control weakness, quality control failure, and weak governance or monitoring team.
Failure. You can say all the key parameters. And what it means that there was no contract management. Maybe you had project management, but there was no contract management. Okay.
We agree that she's going to, apart from this one, there is
who is talking now?
Company document.
Please, can you mute people? Can you mute them so that we can hear?
Okay, we mute everybody. If you raise up your hand, we allow you to talk.
Yes, mute everybody so that let everybody raise up his hand so that people will allow to talk.
Hello, how are you now? How is everything? So your staff is here. He brought the letter-headed paper. You forgot to give him the company profile. No, we discussed yesterday. The company profile for 2026. You know, the one I have here is 2025. Please give me so that we can.
Mute your mic, Nura Adamu, mute your mic, please.
Okay. The next question is, was the contractor justified in requesting a time extension? I will move this question. If you want to discuss, you raise up your hand. Okay. No, let another person talk. Miracle, you have talked. Let another person discuss. Okay. Njoko, you can talk. Njoko. Njoko Henry.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Yeah. Was the contractor justified in requesting a time extension?
No, he's not justified in requesting a time extension. He is supposed to, as at that time, have done up to 55% of the contract. But he has not done up to that. So he's not justified in requesting a time extension.
But remember, what the information we had was he complained of rain. If he can show records that there were rainfall events more than what we have in previous years, then he's justified. But he has to show the records. That's why it is good to keep site records the rainfall hours in a day and sunshine hour, how many hours of rainfall. Then we look at rainfall pattern for Nigeria. If now the maximum rainfall we have exceeded what we normally have for the month of July, for instance, then it's justified. But it has to prove it with records. And again, the information talked about late access to the site. It is a duty of the client to ensure that he's granted access to the site. Assuming he was coming to the site, the community boys blocked him and said, you must settle us. It's not his responsibility. So he was justified to ask for a time extension, but whether up to that extent, he has to prove the document. That's my own view. Does anybody have a contrary opinion?
I just want to add something. My name is Dan Fellow. The contract is from the question here. It did not specify when it was mobilized to site. If it was not mobilized on time, then the question of that timing can come in. Because where a contractor is not mobilized on time and before he was mobilized already, sometimes 2 months, 3 months, I've gone into the time duration. We know how most government agencies do their things in Nigeria. So that can also be a factor to his going late. So if such scenario comes in, it's justifiable.
Okay. Yes, he talked about access to site, which the client is bound to grant access to. He has to even provide access road or anything that can be an example. But you also talked about we don't have the information on that, so we may not be able to say, but we're just looking at possible scenarios that can happen. Okay. How should the procuring entity handle the excessive variation claim? Yes. What do you think now? You are the procuring entity. What will you do with looking at this contract and the variation he's asking for, which is far above what the contract provided? And meanwhile, he has not done up to 50% of the contract. What will be the reaction? Yes, Jasper, you can talk.
All right, thank you, sir. I think one of the things the procuring entity should do at that point is one, the contract cannot be cancelled at that point because the law does not permit it at that point. So you just need to rekindle or fasten the inspection rates. Give it a micromanaging, and again call the contractor to order so as to correct the scope, the variations. I think that is the only thing you can do because you cannot cancel the contract. Thank you.
Okay. You may not terminate the contract, but this contract is heading to failure the way it is appearing now. And what will he do? He may not terminate at that stage, but if there are contractual provisions that we are not giving the contractual provisions here with regard to consequences. The time overrun, that what we call liquidated damages. The contractor being conscious of the fact that he will pay for extra time he has embarked on the contract. So these are things we need to note. Any other contribution on that?
Hello, sir. What I want to...
Yeah, Rakia, can you talk? Who is talking? Okay. Yes, what should do the PO? How will he handle this excessive variation claim?
The only thing I think I should add is, for me, I'm a quantity surveyor. In such scenario, I think there should be a contract review of whatever that is going on in the contract, and whatever I'm doing must not go against. It must comply with the Public Procurement Act and the contract terms.
Okay. So we may have to do the contract provisions and then in line with the Public Procurement Act, review the contract. The review can result in recommendation to terminate the contract. There are protections from the clients with regard to this, with regard to payment. If there is a payment bond, he submitted, assuming advance payment was given, he can recover it. So the monitoring must increase. So the need for review and proper contract management plan must be set in place. Very important. And then contractor also need to get the red flag that the contract may be terminated if it does not sit up. It's not termination outright. It's not issue of a chief executive going to the project and say contract is hereby terminated. It will end in legal issues, and which will not be the best for the contract. So there should be a review meeting to know what to do. Thank you very much. So what corrective action should be taken immediately? I think is part of what we have also taught. Somebody is raising with Samsung. We don't know your name now. Any other person want to make comment? Because I will soon hand over to my colleague who will handle performance monitoring and then take other case studies. We have other case studies that he will take up also. Okay, Miracle. The Samsung person. I don't know his name now.
Samsung.
We don't know his name. Okay, Njoko. Oh, Miracle, you can talk. Miracle. Njoko has talked to us.
Okay, so what I will say in this part is, the case study shows a classic failure of contract administration and not just the contract performance. So what I should look into is application of sanction if needed, then improve the governance and the control costs and recover time loss, which the main issue was the weak monitoring, the poor enforcement, and the lack of control system.
Okay. Yes, because after 4 months, this thing should have been spotted much earlier. And then there are consequences also with regard to issues. But if there are clear case of variation, the contractor is entitled to it. If there's clear case of variation, that's why you have a consultants. The consultants in that project should be able to now mediate on this issue so that it doesn't lead to litigations. Things that must be avoided as much as possible in project is a litigation or issues of arbitration. If through dialogue, this thing can be sorted out, that is the best option recommended in management. So before I close up, I want to share a particular experience with us with regard to project management. We are told that project is a unique human endeavor to solve a specific, to provide solution to a specific need. Now, there was this case, local government councillor, they were distributing projects. They were distributing projects for the awards. Each ward will get one culvert, a culvert for each ward. And then he got the one for his ward, brought a contractor, and said it must be done in front of the road passing through his house. The culvert must be placed there. Because he doesn't understand the function of culvert, that there are locations that need culverts to cross water across the road. He insisted on having that culvert built in front of his house, which was a flat terrain that didn't need a culvert. They started it, and as they were doing it, they found out that water can't even flow into it. So the project was abandoned. So what I want to say, because of our time, let me just say comment that was not a project based on a definition of project, because it was not to solve a specific problem. It was because of the political interest of the man that they decided to locate the project where it will not solve a specific project. And of course, there was no objective to be met. And so the project was abandoned. When you start a project, even a personal project, and you don't have a time frame to complete it, it will not meet any objectives. So I want to encourage us to always start something that has a beginning and end. Let projects have beginning and end. Many of our public institutions will have abandoned projects those abandoned projects have not met any objectives. And so the essence of this training is to make us realize the need to package projects that can be completed within time, cost, and budget, and of the desired quality. And that is the essence of project management and contract management, to ensure that contractual obligations are met. So I want to say thank you to you all, and my colleague will continue now, and then we see in the end we also take further case studies depending on the time that we have. So I want to thank you all. God bless you. My name is the Engineer Professor J.C. Osago. Thank you very much. So I want to welcome Engineer Dr. Obichere to continue. Or do you want us to have a 5 minutes break? 5 minutes break. Eh?
Please let him continue.
Let's continue. Let's continue.
Let him continue,
In
please.
case
The
some
earlier
people
we finish, the better for
want
everybody.
to go and stretch their legs, and
We are not
in case
stretching
some
our
people want
legs,
to
sir,
stretch their
please.
legs, okay, we'll take a 5 minutes break.
If he's ready, let him continue, please.
5 minutes break is very okay.
If he's ready,
People
let
need
him
to stretch,
continue.
which is healthier.
I have decided
This
5
would have
minutes
started,
break. Stretch your legs, and 5 minutes time we'll start with Dr. Beach. God bless you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
I can start sharing again. It will use my system.
I wanted to just mention my case study. I got a little laughed.
No, case study, the one I did is for my own now. When you teach, you do your own case study also. It's in my pay email. Okay.
Hello, guys. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Dr. Obichere. Coming you for the second round. Prof has taken us on contract management, which includes definition of a contract, definition of contract management. He discussed the contract management life cycle. He also differentiated contract management and project management. He identified the contract monitoring parameters. He also discussed the contract parameters in relation to goods, works, and services. And he did a case study on road construction project. So now let's look at performance monitoring. Here we will delve into contract performance. Why is it essential to monitor contract performance? Ways to monitor and track contract performance. And finally, we'll look at a case study before we conclude on this module. Performance monitoring. When it comes to business dealings, contracts are necessary to help establish the terms of an agreement and prevent misunderstandings down the road. But what happens when things go wrong? This is where contract performance monitoring comes in. It helps the managers of both contracting parties measure progress, make adjustments to work with contracts, and achieve goals against a contract. So what is contract performance? Contract performance is simply how well a company fulfills the terms of its contract. This can include anything from meeting deadlines to providing quality products or services. Why is it essential to monitor contract performance? Monitoring contract performance is vital for several reasons, such as it makes it easy to identify potential problems early. This is important because it gives you the chance to address these issues before they become more significant problems and lead to costly legal battles. It also ensures that the contract is fulfilled as promised. So when a company agrees to fulfill the terms of a contract, it must do just that. By monitoring contract performance, both parties can be assured that the contract will be fulfilled as promised. Another reason for monitoring contract performance is it keeps contractors honest. Contractors may sometimes try to take advantage of their clients by not meeting deadlines or providing low quality work. However, if they know that their actions are being monitored, they are less likely to do this. Another reason is it helps managers keep goals. Contract performance monitoring can also help managers meet their goals by tracking the progress of a contract. They can make sure that it is on track to be completed on time and within budget. So we look at ways to monitor contract performance. We say there are many factors to take into consideration when it comes to monitoring the performance of a contract, such as first, you have to understand what the contract is supposed to achieve. This can be done by creating specific goals and setting contract performance measures for the contract, and then measuring how well those goals are met. Second, track critical milestones throughout the contract. This will help you ensure that everything is proceeding on schedule and that any issues or problems can be addressed quickly. Third, regularly review the positive and negative indicators associated with the contract. This will help you identify any areas that may need improvement and make the necessary changes. Fourth, always be prepared to take corrective action if needed. This may include renegotiating the contract, terminating it early, or taking other steps to ensure that the contract's objectives are met. So by following these steps, you can provide an effective contract performance review and make sure that it meets your organization's needs. Additionally, some measures and metrics can be used to track contract performance, which are: one, annualized contract value, ACV. This is the total value of contracts that will be realized in a year. It is crucial to monitor contract performance to understand an organization's cash flow requirement for the year. ACV can measure progress against contracts, simplifying the work of contract managers. We also have terminated contract remaining value, TROV. This is another metric that can be used to measure the performance of a contract. The TROV metric considers the total value of the contract, including both the initial contract value and all subsequent modifications, and subtracting any payment made to date. This metric can be used to identify under or over budget contracts and any remaining commitments at contract termination. When calculating TRV, it is essential to consider whether the termination was due or not. If the contractor voluntarily terminates the contract, there may be some value remaining in the contract that should still be paid. However, no further payment should be made if the contractor is terminated for a particular reason. TRV can also help you answer essential questions such as: how much money is left to be paid on this contract? What was the original value of the contract? How much has been paid to date, what is the estimated value, final value of the contract? So another way of contract performance monitoring is order value variance from original contract value, OVV. This metric looks at how much the actual order values differ from the original contract values. The formula for this calculation is actual order value minus original contract value over original contract value. This calculation gives you a percentage that shows how close or far off the actual orders are from the original contract values. You can use this information to determine if there are any areas for improvement, and it can also help you renegotiate contract if necessary. So another way is vendor fraud. When it comes to contract performance monitoring, vendor fraud can be used as a metric to measure performance. The potential for fraud can increase when there is less oversight of the contractor's performance. So it is crucial to have protocols to mitigate this risk. In some cases, a third-party verification company may be engaged to assess the work being done by the contractor and ensure that no fraudulent activity takes place. So if you are concerned about potential vendor fraud, there are a few things you can do. One, require regular reports from the contractor that detail their progress and performance against the contract terms. Two, periodically review the work being done by the contractor to ensure it matches what was agreed upon in the contract. Three, have a system in place for reporting any concerns or suspected fraud to your contracting officer or other appropriate authorities. So by taking these steps, you can help protect yourself from potential vendor fraud and ensure that your contract is being performed following the terms and conditions. Another way is contract compliance. Contract compliance looks at whether the contractor meets all the requirements specified in the contract. Meeting all contractual requirements is necessary for a positive relationship between the parties, but it is also required to avoid any penalties that could be assessed for non-compliance. There are several ways to measure contract compliance, but some standard contract performance metrics include: one, percentage of deliverables completed on time. Two, compliance with specifications and standards. Three, number of change orders issued. Four, number of claims filed. Five, quality audits performed, stroke results thereof. So by tracking these and other compliance metrics, you can get a good idea of how well your contractor is performing overall relative to the contract. This information can help you decide whether to continue working with the contractor adjust the contractor terms or pursue other remedies. Another measure of monitoring contract performance is quality stroke complaints resolved. This is where you track how many issues have been raised, the root cause, and how they were resolved. This will help you identify any patterns or problems with your contract performance early. If a high number of complaints are being received, it could indicate that the contract is not clear or specific enough. Or perhaps the product or service does not meet the customer's expectations. It will be beneficial to investigate these issues and make the necessary changes to the contract before it causes more damage. On the other hand, if a low number of complaints are received, this could indicate that the contract is well written and that both parties are meeting or exceeding expectations. So in this case, you may want to consider increasing the standards or goals of the contract to challenge the team and continue to deliver high quality results. No matter what the situation is, it is essential to have a system to record and resolve complaints. This will help you stay on top of any potential problems and take corrective action as needed. So that means documentation is very vital here. So here, that is all about monitoring, performance monitoring in a contract. So we have to look at a case study. So let's go to case study 2. Let's look at case study number 2. That is effective contract monitoring in a health equipment supply contract. The background here is the Federal Ministry of Health procured medical diagnostic equipment worth 2.2 billion naira for 15 teaching hospitals through an international supplier under an MDB-funded contract. Now, the contract included delivery within 6 months, installation and training within 2 months post-delivery, 2-year warranty and maintenance support. CMP highlights, that is contract management program highlights. Define roles and responsibilities. There is established milestones and KPIs, integrated supply chain monitoring, included risk register and escalation procedures. Then for KPIs, key performance indicators, we have delivery timeline adherence 100%. Installation completion rate within 2 months. Equipment uptimes is greater or equal to 95%, and user satisfaction is greater or equal to 85%. The outcome here is 100% delivery within the timeline. Installation completed in 7 weeks. No major defects reported. High end user satisfaction. Contract closed successfully with full compliance. Let's go back to the case study again. Is effective contract monitoring in a health equipment supply contract. And the background, the Federal Ministry of Health procured medical diagnostic equipment worth 2.2 billion naira for 15 teaching hospitals through an international supplier under an MDB-funded contract. And the contract included delivery within 6 months, installation and training within 2 months post-delivery, 2-year warranty and maintenance support. And the CMP highlights defined roles and responsibilities, establish milestones and KPIs, integrated supply chain monitoring, included risk register and escalation procedures. The key performance indices. Delivery time adherence is 100%. Installation completion rate within 2 months. Equipment uptime is greater or equal to 95%. User satisfaction greater or equal to 85%. So the outcome here, 100% delivery within the timeline. Installation completed in 7 weeks. No major defects reported. High-end user satisfaction. Contract closed successfully with full compliance. Now the discussion question. What contract, you can unmute yourself. Please unmute yourselves. This is discussion question on the case study number 2. What contract management practices contributed most to success? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes,
sir.
we can.
Okay, so what contract management practices contributed to most of the success? Yes, I hope you people are hearing me.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so go ahead. Make contributions on the question. What contract management practices contributed most of the success? You had the case study we read out. Anybody?
Good day, sir.
Yeah,
Good day, sir.
go ahead.
Okay, I would say quality control procedures. I think that's for me. That's what the one I think is the. I would say quality control procedures. That's for me.
Okay. Go ahead. Hello? Are you guys listening? I said you people should unmute yourself. We are discussing the question. What contract management practices contributed most to the success? Did you hear me?
So we heard you.
Okay.
Yes, sir. We heard you.
Make contribution, please.
We are looking for the questions now. We need to read through again.
Who is talking? You say you did not understand the question?
No, sir. We are saying display the questions and answer again. Let's go through.
Okay. Are you seeing them? You can see them, right?
Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay. So what contract management practices contributed to most to the success?
Sorry, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
One of the this thing can be regular monitoring and performance of the contracts too. An effective
Yeah, your network is breaking. Your network is breaking. Any other input from anybody? We are looking at contract management practices that contributed significantly to the successful implementation of the health equipment supply contract. What are they? One, we have clearly defined roles and responsibilities. From the lesson we have, yeah? Go ahead. Are you having network challenges? Any other person that can help us? So I said one, from the case study we had, we have a clearly defined roles and responsibilities. This is one of the contract management practices that led to the success of this project. The contract management plan, CMP, clearly assign responsibilities to all stakeholders, including the procuring entity, supplier, project managers, inspectors, and the end users. So this minimizes confusion, strengthens accountability, and ensures prompt decision making throughout the contract period. We also have well-defined milestones and key performance indicators. We also have continuous performance monitoring. You know, I read the case study 2 times to enable you understand what happened there. We also have integrated supply chain monitoring. We have risk management and escalation procedures. We also have warranty and maintenance management. These are specified in the contract. So these are some of the contract management practices that contributed to the success of the project. The second question there, how did the CMP support effective monitoring? Can somebody help us? Or has everybody disappeared? After the break.
No,
Guys,
sir, we are here, sir.
Okay, we are here. Yeah, so please let's contribute. How did the CMP support effective monitoring? This is the case study, effective contract monitoring in a health equipment supply contract given by the Federal Ministry of Health, which procured medical diagnostic equipment worth 2.2 billion for 15 teaching hospitals through an international supplier under an MDB-funded contract. And the contract included delivery within 6 months, installation and training within 2 months post-delivery. It has a 2-year warranty and maintenance support. Then the CMP highlights here defined roles and responsibilities. It defined the roles and responsibilities. It established milestones and KPIs, integrated supply chain monitoring, included risk register and escalation procedures. Then the KPIs, delivery timeline adherence is 100%. Installation completion rate within 2 months. They did it even before the contractual term period. Equipment uptime is 95% and the user satisfaction is 85%. And the outcome here means is 100% delivery within the timeline. Installation completed in 7 weeks. No major defects reported. High end user satisfaction and contract closed successfully with full compliance. Now the question here is for this one. What contract management practices contributed to most success of the contract? We've done that. So how did the CMP support effective monitoring? It still has to do with the first question because clearly it has a clearly defining the responsibility of all project participants. It supported the effective monitoring by clearly defining the responsibilities of all project participants, establishing measurable KPIs against which contractor performance could be objectively assessed. Yeah, anybody want to add anything? Hello? Providing a structured schedule of milestones for delivery, installation, commissioning, training, and the warranty services. All these things were in place, were met. The third question, what risks were proactively managed? What risks were proactively managed that contributed to the success of the project? Hello? We have a delivery risk. We have installation risk. All this, we also have technical performance risk. We have operational risk. We have maintenance risk. We have supply chain risk and financial. All these things are well managed that lead to the success. We also have compliance risk because the project was complied with. So fourth question there. How can this model be replicated in infrastructure projects? How can this model be replicated in infrastructure project? Anybody? The successful contract management practices demonstrated in this case can be applied to infrastructure projects such as roads, bridges, dams, power plants, schools, hospitals, and water supply system. The key replication strategies here include develop comprehensive contract management plan, CMP. Every infrastructure contract should include clearly defined responsibilities, risk registers, reporting structures, communication plans, and performance indicators. So you need to establish measurable KPIs. So projects should monitor indicators such as percentage completion against schedule, cost variance, quality compliance, safety performance, environmental compliance, contractor productivity, defect rates, client satisfaction. That is under established measurable KPIs. Then you have to strengthen performance monitoring. You also need to integrate project and contract management. You also have to implement risk management. You link payments to performance. You deploy digital monitoring system, and you can conduct post-project evaluation. So these are how you can replicate the model to infrastructure projects. Do you have any question? This is a case study we have discussed, and the last case study on this. So we've done case study 1 and 2. The other one you can read. I think they get the notes. Okay. So that's all we can do for this module. Thank you very much for listening. Yeah, thank you very much for listening. We have come to the end of this module 8. So we are going to move to module 9. What's the time for? Gentlemen and ladies, you need to go on 20 minutes break. When we come back, we now do module 9. That is introduction to e-procurement. Okay. Hello?
Yes, sir. We are looking forward for that, sir.
Is it only one person there?
We are looking forward for e-procurement, sir. It's a very, it's a very good concept.
Okay,
And,
okay. So
and we believe we are going to enjoy the e-procurement.
Yeah,
Thank you so much, sir. We highly
Not only one
appreciate.
person that will be here, but some of us are enjoying noise this place. Not turn on our mind. Please bear with us. That's why some of us are not turning on our mind. We are in a noisy place. Thank you.
140. So you people should come back 140.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate.
For the e-procurement. Hello, guys.
Hello, sir.
Hello. Hello, guys.
Yeah, hello, sir.
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can hear you, sir.
Yes, welcome back. Module
We can hear
9.
you loud and clear.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear, sir.
All right. You are all welcome. Welcome for module 9. Yeah, okay. So we have to start with Module 9, Introduction to E-Procurement. We are two. I will start off with you guys. Later, we have our guest, the BPP expert, Mr. Adesina. He will join us later. As soon as I finish some part, he will be able to do the practical aspect of it, because they are from BPP. They have been doing e-procurement. So he will be able to educate us what they have been doing, some challenges they have encountered so far. So once he reach his turn, I will introduce him and he will come up. So the learning objectives here at the end of this study session, you will be able to understand electronic procurement in public sector. List the purpose, objectives, and benefits of electronic procurement. We will be able to state the historical background of e-procurement and also identify the various components of e-procurement. So we will be able to recognize the role of e-procurement in the enterprise resource planning, ERP process. We'll give some examples of e-procurement adoption in other jurisdictions, that is other countries. We'll present a brief illustration of e-procurement system in Nigeria. Understand the barriers to e-procurement adoption. That's the learning objectives. Introduction. Traditionally, here, procurement processes are carried out using manual-based methods. And processes such as documentation, advertisement, evaluation, decision-making, approvals, payment are all done manually. And these approaches are usually error-prone, very tedious, and time-consuming. And they also require endless use of paper and fragmented purchasing of contract buying and the lack of control over expenses. These manual processes have been characterized to negatively impact on the performance of both public and private procurement, leading to several unethical practices. So some of the unethical practices associated with this manual-based public procurement processes include: one, lack of transparency, piling cases of corruption, problematic procedures, huge interference of the state, non-functioning bureaucratic ties, and uncoordinated buying across government with different departments having different contracts and different prices for the same goods. Other unethical practices are high process cost, no budgetary control, disaggregation of spend, leading to higher purchase cost, and in some cases, lapses in control. We also have outdated market intelligence, inefficient payment processes, obsolete audit information, and error-prone contract management tracking. These are some of the unethical practices associated with manual-based public procurement process. Definition here. We have e-procurement. To address the challenges associated with manual-based procurement approaches, electronic systems leveraging on information and communication technologies are being adopted globally. So these systems are called e-procurement. This global using electronics system for all our procurement processes is globally called e-procurement. So e-procurement is the use of information and communication technology by government agencies, the bidding community, regulatory and oversight agencies, other supporting service providers, and civil society to facilitate the procurement of goods, works, and services, and in the management of contracts, ensuring good governance and value for money in public procurement, and contributing to the socio-economic development of the country. It promotes good governance, transparency, value for money through the aggregation of requirements and reduction in transaction costs and time, audit trails, and the broadest possible access to suppliers. So some of the definitions here continued. Any of them is applicable, so long as there is electronic communication involved. Another definition, e-procurement is defined as a digital B2B, business-to-business process that utilizes internet technology to centralize purchasing workflows and streamlines business transactions like procuring goods and services to reduce cost and improve purchasing processes. Another definition here is that e-procurement refers to the use of integrated, that is commonly web-based, communication system for the conduct of part or all of the purchasing process. A process that may incorporate stages from the initial need identification by users through search, sourcing, negotiation, ordering, receipt, and post-purchase review. Another definition here, e-procurement is a way of using enterprise resource planning, ERP systems, and the internet to allow businesses to purchase goods and services in an easier, faster, and less expensive way. So another definition here is that it is also defined as the automation of procurement and supply chain processes using internet-based applications and technology. You can see that there are a lot of definition here. Whichever definition you want to apply, you can also make out your own definition, so long as there is internet, electronics, and communication involved. Let's look at the key advantages of e-procurement. One, cost savings and efficiency. So e-procurement gives cost savings and efficiency. It automates requisition, approvals, and payments, reducing manual work. It shortens procurement cycle times and lowers administrative overhead. It helps organizations eliminate unnecessary spending and negotiate better deals. So hence it's cost savings and efficiency. Another advantage, another key advantage here is it is transparency and spend visibility. This provides real-time visibility into organizational spending. It tracks purchases across departments, reducing hidden or duplicate costs. It enhances compliance with procurement policies and regulations. So another key advantage is accountability and compliance. This creates audit stress for every transaction. It ensures adherence to procurement rules and thresholds, as well as reduces opportunities for fraud and corruption by digitizing approvals. Another one is speed and productivity. It's another advantage. Transaction can be completed faster, often in real time. E-catalogs allow quick comparison of prices and suppliers. Procurement staff spend less time on paperwork and more on strategic tasks. So another key advantage here is the wider supplier access. Online platforms open procurement to global suppliers, expanding choice. Supports open competition. It supports open competition by making opportunities visible to more vendors. It encourages innovation and better quality through diverse supplier bases. Another key advantage here is standardization and integration. It uses standardized tender documents and electronic catalogs. It integrates with ERP and financial systems for seamless reporting. It embeds best practices into procurement workflows. Let's look at the typical procurement model. Here you have the ICT technologies at the middle. You have the procuring entity. We have the supplier, the contractor, so many suppliers, so many contractors. So we also have the procurement processes, which are e-planning, e-tendering, e-sourcing, e-evaluation, e-award, e-payment, etc. Anything you can use electronics or computer to do under procurement are the procurement processes. So this is a typical procurement model. What are the purpose and objectives of e-procurement? one, effective implementation of e-procurement seeks to, one, increase efficiency and reduce procurement time. Significantly reduces processing and communication times in e-procurement for both PEs and bidders through an automated system. It offers the opportunity to fully integrate the procurement process into procurement entities' other systems such as budget, payment system, asset register, improving overall efficiency. Another objective here is reduce risk. This supports the development of reliable and effective internal monitoring and feedback reporting mechanisms. Establishes an analytical base for policy and business process improvement, thereby reducing operational risk. Also, automated process reduce the risk of mistakes that could compromise the procurement in case of technical, corruption, performance, and strategic. Another key advantage here is cost savings and efficiency. We've done this. Okay, let's look at, we finished the standardization and integration. We finished the key advantages. Let's look at the history of e-procurement. E-procurement has evolved over several decades, transforming the traditional procurement landscape into a digital and automated process. In the 70s to 80s, the emergence of electronic data interchange, EDI, that's when this one emerges. In the 70s, electronic data interchange emerged as an early form of electronic procurement. EDI enabled the exchange of business documents such as purchase orders and invoices between trading partners using standardized electronic format. This technology paved the way for automating procurement processes, reducing paper-based transactions, and improving efficiency. Also in the 1990s, web-based procurement system, that's when we have the advent of web-based procurement systems. The web-based procurement system began to emerge, allowing organizations to conduct procurement activities online. These systems facilitated electronic requisitions, online bidding, and supplier catalogs, enabling a more streamlined and collaborative procurement processes. So in the early 2000s, we have the e-marketplaces and e-procurement suites. E-marketplaces acted as online platforms connecting buyers and suppliers, offering a wide range of products and services, while e-procurement suites integrated multiple procurement functions into a single software package encompassing requisitioning, sourcing, supplier management, and payment processing. These advancements provided organizations with comprehensive solutions for end-to-end procurement automation. So in the mid-2000s, we have integration with enterprise systems and ERP in the mid-2000s. E-procurement system began integrating with enterprise resource planning, ERP systems, enabling seamless data flow and integration across different business functions. This integration facilitated greater visibility, improved data accuracy, and enhanced financial reporting. As procurement data become integrated with other operational and financial data with the organization. Now, in the late 2000s and beyond, we have cloud-based solutions and advanced technologies. Cloud-based e-procurement platform offers scalability, accessibility, and reduced IT infrastructure cost, making e-procurement more accessible to organizations of all sizes. Furthermore, advanced technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, blockchain, and Internet of Things are being integrated into e-procurement systems, bringing new opportunities for automation, data analysis, transparency, and supplier collaboration. So as e-procurement continues to evolve, organizations are increasingly leveraging these technologies to optimize procurement processes, drive cost savings, enhance supplier relationships, and gain a competitive edge in the marketplace. So let's look at the components of e-procurement and e-procurement processes. The following are the components. We have the management of indent. We have creating an RFP, submission of a bid, opening and judging of bids. We also have selection and finalization of vendors. We have e-auction and then contract and vendor management. So we are going to look at them one after the other. One, the management of indent. It is the initial stage in the e-tendering, indent creation or requisition creation process. Indent management is how an organization stores, manages, and tracks material procurement and supply. This is followed by a review and approval process. It is also referred to as the workflow involved in the production of tenders and the indenting procedure defined by procurement departments. Complete works are submitted and obtained through the internet via e-procurement. 2, creating an RFP. A few key phrases used in e-procurement procedures include request for proposal, RFP, request for information, RFI, request for bids, RFB, and request for quotes, RFQ. This also entails establishing commercial certification standards. This draws several potential bidders and encourages them to participate in the business. Number 3 here is submission of a bid. Bidders are required to register on the e-procurement site before submitting their bids, which must include all technical information and commercial procedures. 4, we have the opening of the bids, opening and judging of bids. After the vendor's information is uploaded to the e-procurement site, they are evaluated for their legitimacy, which is where the process of e-auction takes place. All supplier information is double-checked for accuracy and compatibility. 5 is e-auction. An e-auction is conducted only based on needs. These auctions are where commodities that need to be acquired are judged worthy of being procured. Number 6 is selection and finalization of vendors. Following the e-auction, one or more vendors are chosen, and a purchase order is issued by the specifications. The procurement process comes to a close with this phase. 7 is now the contract and vendor management. Maintaining vendor contact information, as well as creating a catalog with all commercial information on this. So let's look at e-procurement system from other jurisdictions, how other countries handle their own e-procurement. So over the last 2 decades, e-procurement systems have evolved exponentially. From simple portals and bulletin boards to more sophisticated platforms covering a wide range of stages in the procurement life cycle. These include on-premises enterprise resource planning applications, standalone apps, open source, custom-built and hosted solutions, and subscription-based software. So most of these e-tendering systems capture 1, principal to tenderer communication system, which is a one-way information push systems, supporting only tender advertisement with the rest of the processes done manually. We also have tender submission system, which is a two-way communication system supporting tender submission, tender download, and contract award notification. We also have electronic tendering contract formation system, which is partially or fully integrated systems, fully integrating both the processes of the whole tendering and procurement life cycle. So one such advanced system is the Korean CONEPS, which is considered to be one of the best e-procurement solutions around the world. So let's look at the Korea CONEPS, that is Korea Online E-Procurement System. Introduction. CONEPS is a comprehensive government-to-business G2B e-procurement platform, not only for centralized procurement, but also for more than 50,000 public agencies and over 340,000 suppliers. The coverage, this system covers the entire procurement cycle electronically, including a one-time registration, tendering, contracts, inspection, and payment. In the year 2007, about 300,000 biddings, 850,000 contracts were electronically implemented via CONEPS. So the linkages, CONEPS links with over 200 external databases to share and retrieve any necessary information and provide a one-stop service, including automated collection of bidders' qualification data, delivery report, e-invoicing, and e-payment. It also provides related information on a real-time basis. The online shopping mall has about 400,000 products from 7,600 registered companies. The framework here, State Contract Act, Government Procurement Act, and Local Finance Act were amended. These are the legal frameworks. The CONEPS is now the world's largest government e-marketplace, and its shopping mall boasts of over 400,000 products. So let's look at another country, Belgium. Their own is Defense e-procurement portal, which is developed by the Ministry of Defense in Belgium. Their coverage is the system prepares and publishes notices online. It also covers electronic submission of tenders. They also secure opening, evaluation and ranking of tenders, e-catalogs, and e-payment, referred to as e-payable. These are what their e-procurement cover. Then the framework here, it belongs to the Belgium procurement regulation. Belgium procurement regulation. Let's look at the one of Denmark. So it's called the DOIP system from Ministry of Defense in Denmark. Okay, their coverage is a web-based system that supports electronic auctions, electronic catalogs, integration with back office system, payment and logistics functionality. Their framework here is a Danish procurement regulation. Let's look at France. Their own is MINDEF. The coverage here is the system supports the publishing of call for tenders notification and the submission of tenders, as well as e-auction and e-catalog services. It also implements e-awarding and e-ordering stroke e-invoicing functionality. The framework here belongs to its French procurement regulation. We also have the one of Italy called CONSI. The coverage here is it covers electronic auctions. It supports automatic evaluation of bids, supporting purchases through electronic catalogs for contract values below EU threshold, and supports requests for quotation, RFQs. The framework here is an Italian procurement regulation. We have the gas for Norway. Its coverage is the system supports supplier identifications through sourcing, RFIs, RFPs, and RFQs, requests for invitations, proposal, and quotations. It also supports e-auction, framework agreements, and dynamic purchasing system, DPS, as well as contract management. The framework here is a Norwegian procurement regulation. We also look at the Spain from the Basque country. There is called DFPA. That is Department of Finance and Public Administration. The coverage here, it covers e-tendering, e-marketplace, e-catalogs, suppliers registry. Framework is the Spanish procurement regulation. Then the OCG is for UK, United Kingdom. The coverage here is The system support e-catalog, e-sourcing, and e-auction, and the framework is UK e-procurement policy. So we are to go to e-procurement implementation in Nigeria. Here, my colleague is standing by to take us. We have done the one of other countries. So here in Nigeria, we have an expert from BPP, and they have been working on e-procurement. So we want to receive his expertise here. So he will talk to us on e-procurement implementation in Nigeria. Everything, government commitment, software selection capacity, how they have been doing their e-procurement so that we will emulate. He will also talk to us on the barriers and challenges of e-procurement adoption so far, because they are the ones that have been into this e-procurement. So we want to learn from them what they have been doing and what challenges they have been facing and what solution to those challenges they have encountered. So I will invite Mr. Additional from BPP to join us. So in the next 5 minutes, he will be able to come on board. So you people should stand by to welcome him. So I will have to log off while he comes in to take on the e-procurement system in Nigeria.
Welcome to your vinyl audio. Pairing. Connected.
Yeah, okay. So my colleague joined.
Okay, thank you. All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon,
I couldn't hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yes, sir.
We can hear you,
Thank
sir.
you. All right, thank you.
Loud and clear, sir.
Students from less privileged backgrounds on award scholarships that gives them the opportunity to study and pursue their dreams.
Oh, hello, Mr. Isaac. Is this speaking? Okay, please, you can unmute yourself now.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear
Can you
you
hear me
loud
now?
and clear. Go ahead.
Okay, all right. Okay, all right. So I'm using two devices, one for the voice and the other one to project the material so that it will be easy for me. All right. So we have experienced gradual transition, and that has not been without its own challenges over the years. So the Public Procurement Act 2007 actually support the use of internet-based technology in implementation of our procurement reforms. And also, Plus 40 also allow for tender advertisement using electronic media. So at the federal level, the federal government was supported by the World Bank under the Fiscal Governance and Institutions Project, FG project. And so we had some attempts, and now we are having a renewed attempt to deploy the e-procurement right now. And currently, we are at the stage where the bidding document is being put together, the technical specifications are being put together, and the software requirement specification are also being finalized to advertise the e-procurement under international competitive bidding so that we can have competent vendor to deploy for us. And so under this scheme, the SPESS project now, which the e-procurement is currently now being re-implemented, we'll be having 25 MDAs to serve as pilot entities. And so these are entities that receive over 60% of federal government as part of their annual capital budget. So like I did explain also, we have a number of states that have also progressed in their e-procurement adoption and implementation. We have Lagos State, Edo State, Ekiti State, and Kaduna State. They've all adopted e-procurement at various degrees. And the most common feature of this, as we started that time, is e-registration. We have e-planning, we have e-tendering, e-evaluation, and e-award. So let me focus on the implementation of e-procurement at the federal a bit. So at the federal, by the Bureau of Public Procurement, it's the Bureau over the years has long deployed a number of web-based e-procurement tools, which they are also going to be part of the entire e-procurement, system that will be deployed eventually. And one of it is bidder registration portal, which we call National Database of Contractor, Consultant, and Service Provider. So this enables contractor to register. So, and this will serve as the e-registration module for the EGP, because a number of contractors have been onboarded on this system for a very long period of time. So it's only okay to allow them to continue to use the system while we integrate the module into the new EGP system we are implementing. Additionally, Bureau of Public Procurement has also deployed NOCOPO. NOCOPO was created in line with Section 5R of the Act and was co-created with civil society organizations in fulfillment of the commitment 2 of the National Action Plan for Nigeria under the Open Government Partnership. And that commitment specifically required governments to implement open contracting data standard in the publication of procurement information. So we have the NOCOPO, which currently help all procuring entities to develop their procurement plan, as well as submit and publish their procurement record. So that's what that's what NOCOPO does. That's what it does as we speak now. So still speaking on NOCOPO, I've mentioned that it's also worth noting that because Bureau was an early adopter, one of the early adopters of the open contracting data standard. So the adoption of and the deployment of open contracting data standard and deployment of NOCOPO actually won an international award as the best government innovation system on the implementation of open contracting data standard. So also in the journey of Bureau's digital endeavor, the Bureau has also at some time implemented and what we call GoPRS. So the GoPRS is a review software that helps BPP to automate its workflow internally. So it's whatever submission that comes from the MDA will be made on that GoPRS, and the prior review will be conducted on the GoPRS. So the GoPRS has two components. We have the GoPRS Web and the GoPRS Enterprise. So the GoPRS Web version is the one that interfaces with the procuring entity, while the GoPRS Enterprise is the one that deals with the internal workflow of the bureau itself. So this is the user interface, the landing page of the GoPRS as deployed. And we also look at another example of implementation of e-procurement in Nigeria. So an example is NIPEX. And which is an arm under the NNPC. So it's being used to conduct bidding. So, but mainly majority of the bidding process that is being conducted uses what we call e-reverse auction, which is, so NIPES majorly use e-reverse auction as part of the bidding process. It's a way to enhance competition. And the system also supports e-marketplace for contract processing and for auction. Just like I said, once they finish the reverse auction, then you go to the contract processing. So additionally, other entities also advertise their opportunities through official websites, such as NPA, NDIC, National Revenue Service. So We can see this is the landing page of the NIPEX. It's an electronic contracting platform. It also serves as a virtual community that enhances or enables collaboration with the stakeholders in the Nigeria upstream oil and gas industry. So it actually links buyer to supplier, industry-wide for business transaction, and it provides a lot of capabilities for contract processing. So we also have another prototype of e-procurement e-tendering platform in Ahmadu Bello University. It's based on 2007 law. It captures only the bidding stage and contract award, and it allows bidders and other stakeholders to register. A member of procuring entity can register in different capacity, whether as procurement planning member, whether members of the tenders board, and so on and so forth. So it enables them to register at different level. And that's one of the things that e-procurement does. And it's important to highlight here that e-procurement has not come to take away your job, rather is to enhance your job, because as you have different roles in the manual processes that we go through now, you also have different roles on the e-procurement. So the fact that it is an automated system that digitize and automate our procurement system does not mean that everything runs auto without different users playing active role. So you find out that the roles that you play in the manual process, the same role you also play in the e-procurement system. It's just that this time around, the system help you to do more complex tasks, which bring about efficiency for the MDA. So having said that, I'd like to go to strategic consideration for e-procurement implementation. And one of the things we need to consider in implementing e-procurement, very important, fundamental, is government commitment. Without government commitment, you can't succeed. Nobody can succeed implementing e-procurement without government commitment. So it's fundamental for successful implementation in terms of a lot of things supporting you, because a lot of resistance will come. You will need resources also. And you need high level approval to support this kind of reform initiative. So for governments that are yet to implement, they need the support of their government, and also as part of the consideration for the government commitment, it's important to state that successful e-procurement depend not only on technical but on government leadership, because you are going to face a lot of pushback from people that believe in the status quo. So for you to continue that journey, you need the support of the government. You are going to need resources, because it's quite capital intensive. You are also going to need government support in terms of rolling out your legislation, different laws that will support regulations and all of the other things. And also, because it's an instrument of transparency and it's an instrument that enhances competition, you need the government that believe in procurement reform to ensure that this kind of initiative pulls through. Okay. All right, so we'll continue to look at the strategic consideration. The next one will be software selection and implementation consideration. Now, this is very key, and is one of the lessons we have learned over the years. Whatever system configuration, and whether it is physical, managerial, research, more there's a core functionality that most agencies will want in order to ensure that the system provides a seamless end-to-end procurement process that extends from publication of requirements through to selection of vendor and products and service delivery and payment. So, yeah, strategic consideration must be given to the key features that are in the software you want to use. And let me say that there are different software that are available. We have off the shelf, you have software that you can configure, and you also can build it from bottom up. But what's important is that you must ensure that the system is able to cover your process end to end from beginning to the end of the process. Otherwise, it will confuse the user and it will bring confusion into the system. Speaking about software selection, it's also important that it's not so all software that are user friendly. So you must consider that is selecting your software. And also very important lesson in selecting software is what approach do you want to use in owning the software? Because, for example, the first attempt of most of the states, a lot of the states actually did acquire e-procurement through software as a service, while some built their own system. Like Lagos State built its own, Ekiti State built its own, Kaduna also built, but there are some other states that adopted software as a service. So when you are selecting software and considering implementation, you must look at ownership. You must look at ownership, and the best would be government-owned system, but there are also ones that are operated by the private sector. So you can have a PPP arrangement, and you can even have an independent third-party ownership. All these forms of ownership come with their pros and cons. But the best bet, the best approach we have seen so far is the one owned by government with the requisite sustainability mechanism put in place. It's not easy for government to own and operate an EGP system. So it comes with a lot of investment. It comes with a lot of support, both technically, and it comes with a lot of resourcing in terms of financing, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of technical user, IT staff that will support it, super users that will support the administration. So when you're looking at software, you must not just look at the features, the things that are contained in the software, also ownership, very, very important. And because your ownership will determine also the extent of control you will have over your data, the extent of control you have over tweaking the system, modifying the system for ongoing changes in regulation and practices. And all this come also at a cost because there are some jurisdictions, even in India, they use public-private partnership. Some jurisdictions use public-private partnership where they partner with governments to deploy the system, and different MDAs have to now pay to use the system. So there are different models, but the very good one is better if government can own it. All right, so still talking about the strategic consideration. So deciding on which option is right for the particular need of the government would depend on so many things. The capability of the technology group. And so talking about the market capability, do we have people in the market that are able to offer the solution? That will also determine whether you want to source locally or you want to source internationally. Also, usage and availability expectation. So when we talk about usage, well, we talk about the frequency of how often will the system be used. For example, do you want all MDAs to run all their 100% of their processes on the system. So that means we're going to have a very high value, high, you know, number of transactions that runs through it. Then if you are operating it on a PPP basis, that's a lot of money. So, but if you know you have that volume of transaction, it's better to own the system so that they don't charge you per use. Also, availability is also an important thing because a system can be there, but if there's a lot of downtime, then the system is not available. So that's why some people would rather partner with the private sector to ensure that the system is always available, whether technology-wise or whether in terms of power supply or whether in terms of infrastructure. You understand? So you must consider can you sustain owning an infrastructure? Can you sustain powering the system 24/7? So availability is what you look at because that will now help you to decide which of the model to use. Also, cost consideration, just like I said, if you own it, it can be an heavy initial cost, but if you partner with the private sector, it comes with its own cost in the long run because as you use it, they'll be charging per use or they will be charging per the terms of engagement you have in the contract. And also functionality also is an issue. You don't want to go for very complex features of an e-procurement. You always want to start small. So that decides or determines how the scale of how you want to start. Also, the ease of use for buyers and supplier, particularly SME. So this is a very huge consideration. And don't just take any system. You must look at usability, the UI UX, how friendly is the UI UX of the system. So system management and fiduciary arrangements that the government chooses will be crucial to the success of the program and will depend on the decision made during the planning phase of the implementation. So you must think system management, you must think the fiduciary arrangement. How do you fund it? How do you continue to support the system? Another key consideration is capacity development and training. To implement an e-procurement, you need capacity in-house, in-country, in-house. Very, very important. So you must be able to train the operational officers, and there are different levels of officers. You can have the super users, which will be a bit technical. You have the IT users that are, or IT support staff that are supporting the operations. Then you have operational users, those that are using it to conduct procurement process, and you have strategic users as well that are doing approvals on the system. So you have to train all the users across, different spectrum, and the training has to be phased because piloting and adoption is also phased. So you phase your training so that people can learn in peace and in bits, and they grow in the learning gradually. Otherwise, if you don't face it that way, it will be too much information overload and it will drag the adoption time for the user. So another key consideration is hardware consideration in implementation of e-procurement. So you speak about the basic ICT infrastructure in hardware, talking about the computers, the peripherals, the printers, the scanners, local network connections, servers, and switches. You also talk about functional internet facility, high-speed service provider, fiber, VSAT, cloud facility, so that web-based web service provider, and speaking of internet and cloud facility, these days a lot of people that run e-procurement are relying more on cloud because it can be pretty expensive to have on-premise facilities. It can be pretty expensive to run on-premise facilities. So there is so much, move towards the cloud now, so that's to have availability 24/7 and to reduce downtime. Very critical thing in hardware consideration is backup system. You must have backup system both at the peripheral, at the workstation, at the workstation, you must provide UPS. And our advice even now is that beyond UPS, connect the workstation to solar so that there is sustainable provision of power at the workstation, because you don't want an instance where maybe an operator is trying to upload building documents or to design building document and it has power failure, or you are doing bid opening and you have power failure. You understand? So you want to have UPS, you want to have sustainable power supply that's connected to solar. So that's that about hardware consideration. Another key consideration is legal consideration. You must look at your law and your regulations, the roles that are performed, and the way they are written, because if anything happens during the implementation and a contractor takes you to court, the court will be looking at the law that you are using to run the system. So you must adapt your law to adapt to digital system. The language you use in the law must be adapted to, to reflect the digital nature of the transaction and the operation. So as a matter of fact, there must be new regulations, and the roles that people play on the e-procurement must be clearly specified in those regulations. So the legal consideration is very key. So aside from those ones I've mentioned, there are other critical factors we must consider in implementation of e-procurement. Difficulty of the software. I tell you, I've seen software, I've seen a lot of them. So some of them are very tedious, very difficult, that even some of us that have very high skill in computing find it difficult to use them. So be careful when you are considering e-procurement that is not difficult to use. Then availability, I've mentioned that you must put everything in place that the system is available 24/7, so that there is no incessant, what's it called, downtime. Recently, I just came back from regional workshop on e-procurement, where many African countries come together to discuss e-procurement. Some countries are still having internet downtime, and it's really impacting on the reputation of what they do. You must look at value. Is it a system that offers value? Then usage, is it usable? Is it usable to user? Is it something that is friendly? Also, retaining rights to the system infrastructure. So there are a number of rights that you want to retain in e-procurement architecture. Some will say it's okay not to own infrastructure. It's okay to have your e-procurement deployed on cloud, because in the long run, the total cost of ownership is reduced because you are co-sharing infrastructure with other people when you get to the cloud, and you spread and you share the cost over time. Than when you consider owning the infrastructure yourself, you burn the diesel yourself, you employ experts yourself. But if you go to the cloud, you share the cost of the diesel, you share the cost of experts that man the system. So that's the advantage of the cloud. Also, capacity to undertake the operation of the system. So capacity talks about the people. So you must ensure that you have people that are willing to operate the system. Ownership of the system is also very key. Ownership of the system, I've talked about that. If you don't own the system, that means you will be subject to increase in maintenance costs, increase in subscriptions, because some systems are owned based on subscription, and there will be ongoing maintenance costs that will be paying yearly, annually. And one of the challenges we face at the state level is, I told you some of them adopted software as a service. Now, when they were to renew their license, some of them could not pay because it's a lot of dollars to renew, and that affected, the implementation and utilization of the e-procurement software as a service subscription that they did. So ownership is something you must consider. Then ownership of data, very key, very key. We don't even talk about ownership of data only, we also talk about the sovereignty of data. One of the things you must do is that as part of the policy, in the country, is that your data must not go outside of the country. It's not permitted when you're running government business that your data goes outside the country. So when you are engaging with a vendor, you must discuss and be very clear about the ownership of data. And so whatever model you adopt, whether it's software as a service, whether the private sector person is doing it for you, part of your agreement is that you own the data. You must own the data because the data comes from your operations over the years. So you must ensure that ownership of data belongs to you, the procuring entity. You must also consider future expansion, both for users and for transactions, because sometimes a lot of people start small, and you must put as part of the consideration that any system you are buying must be scalable, so that you can bring in more user, and it can also, we've seen so many things. When we're doing deployment for Kaduna, before Kaduna go live, when they were doing software as a service that time, when they were testing, they found out that you could not open multiple bids at bid opening because the people that came to deploy the system, they came from abroad, so they did not see that kind of crowd, participating in the procurement process. So they had to suspend the bid opening and tweak the system before the system got stabilized and is now able to, accommodate multiple bid openings. So flexibility in terms of management of the procurement system itself, managing relationship is also very important. We've seen in some jurisdictions where flexibility has actually hampered their system. For example, in Zambia, they changed their law and some of the things, and it took the vendor a lot of time before he could reconfigure the system to the change law, and that affected the implementation. So flexibility of the system is very key when you are implementing. So still talking about the strategic consideration for e-procurement implementation, you look at customization. A lot of vendors will always want to push back on customization because they don't like touching their codes and a lot of things. So these are the things you must make very clear. The extent of the customization you want to do, you must make it very clear in your contract. Then the type of reporting and data analysis, make your requirement for reporting and data analysis a bit generic so that they don't box you. Because if you are too detailed on the kind of report you want, they will say, oh, you told us you want 5 reports. How come you're asking for this type of report? So your type of report that you request for must be generic, and you must ask for data analysis capability. Also, data aggregation, the system must be able to take in data from many systems. Data privacy is very key, confidentiality, commercial gains from the use of data. You have to decide on who owns the data, IP, who owns the IP to the data. So, and of course, it should be government, and you should put strict conditions in the contract that they can't use the data without the permission of you, the government. Of course, data integrity, it's it's very important in deployment. Data access and separation of duty, like I told you, there will be different roles. And one of the key things you must put in the e-procurement implementation is segregate those roles so that people don't get to be able to manipulate the process across the cycle. So let not all the process rely on one person. Let there be different people doing different things. Then you must put into consideration the system that is able to checkmate fraudulent suppliers or contractors, so that there must be enough security system so that contractors don't hack the system or use the loophole of the system to manipulate the process. Then you must also consider um, inclusivity by bringing in small SMEs. The e-procurement must be able to recognize SME, and you can also link to manufacturer, depending on the, for example, if you are implementing a local content policy, it can be linked to manufacturer. And you must also check the implementation history of the provider, very important. Some providers are very notorious, they are not flexible, they are not friendly. in their implementation. So you must be wary before you go ahead and enter a marriage with such a contractor. So having looked at those strategic considerations, we will now look at some e-procurement implementation approaches. Number one is single system approach. That's establishment, has to do with establishment of a single system for the entire procuring entity. So single system has the following advantages. It supports economy of scale, having more buyers and suppliers on the system, on the same system environment. It's more transparent to all procurement stakeholders because all procurement stakeholders are integrated on one platform. With a single system, the jurisdiction is better positioned to implement standard practice and monitor all activities, while supplier community only has to register on one system to access and participate in multiple opportunities. So what it means is that the system is just one system, and all the contractors just log in, so they don't have to go to Ministry of Education, register on one system, or go to Ministry of Health and register in another system. There's just one central system, and it's good. So a single system will simplify integration with other government systems. Our system will be interfacing with common system interface for the procurement system and will reduce duplication between processes and data management function, providing a seamless environment for suppliers conducting business. So for example, you know that in the integration that we have in e-procurement, you integrate with tax office, you integrate with pension, you integrate with FIS, you integrate with ITF, you integrate with the banks, you integrate with insurance. So imagine if you have to integrate with all this, you integrate with GiveMe's or SIFMe's as a case may be, integrating with all of this. So imagine multiple systems having to integrate with FRS to do the same thing. So why not have one system that all of these things are integrated? Then the vendors will be able to have advantage of it. Then we have multi-system approach. In a multi-system approach, multiple platforms are created and connected through a single server system. The government doing this may look at potentially creating closed or regional system. This approach is being criticized for obvious reasons, such as suppliers may be subjected to different registration processes, of course, because you are going through many systems, and those systems will have to be sustained. And for them to be sustained, they have to collect registration fee. So if government wants to establish single supplier registry for all systems, it will need to establish an acceptable process and data requirement to service each system. So for one vendor database which is advocated, implementing it within multiple system approach means that system is integrating to multiple systems and too many data calls. And of course, once the contractors, the bidding community sees that, they can look for a way to boycott, one or two systems. Multiple system may limit the ability to establish national monitoring program to properly analyze data collected from different systems, thus limiting the ability to ensure a fully transparent process, across all government organizations. So once you have fragmented system, of course, it makes single point of monitoring difficult because different systems will be producing different data. And if you are monitoring, that means you have to do a lot of work to be able to monitor across all systems. So not all models or approaches will work in all environments. When selecting implementation approach that will best suit the need of government needs to take into consideration various technical and business challenges that exist within their individual environment. So the approach for implementation of a particular system should be driven by business needs rather than technical needs, as implementation of e-procurement is primarily a business issue. Yeah, this is very important. And that's why we usually tell people that implementation of e-procurement is not an IT project. It's a system, it's a business implementation system project. So, and whatever implementation you want to do, you must look at what do we need, what do we want to approach, what do we want to do with our current business processes. So essentially, your focus will be on the business need. What do you need? Is it competitiveness? Is it transparency you need? Is it inclusivity that you need? You understand? So whatever the need of the government or the entity, that should come first before the technical, because in any case, technical know-how is now has been liberalized given the advent of AI. So we quickly look at barriers and challenges of e-procurement adoption. So I must say, having been in this space for some years, there are a number of challenges that come with implementation of e-procurement, but they are surmountable. They are surmountable challenges. So e-procurement comes with a lot of benefits, but that is not without a number of challenges, and these challenges may include technology, objective information, staffing, and skills. So the shortfall hampering the successful adoption of the procurement system have been attributed to numerous factors known as barriers. So barriers are things that discourage or that serve as obstacle to the full benefits of e-procurement system. So we look at a number of the barriers and challenges. Number one, technology. So security of data transaction, challenge of finding affordable technical solution, and cost of investment, because it involves the use of lots of technology. Cost can be an issue in terms of being a barrier, and that's why a number of people started. They've dragged a lot because there's no fund to cover the entire investment. Also, lack of system integration, standardization, and compatibility issue. So especially in areas where e-procurement is being operated or implemented in silos. So it becomes very difficult to integrate them, because in some instances, it's different vendors that actually deploy those solutions, and it's not inbuilt in it, of interoperability, and there are no standards. So a particular MDA would deploy its own e-procurement system using its own standard. Another MDA will deploy its own system. So standardization becomes a problem, and which also compatibility is a problem. So all of this leads to interoperability concern, because then systems are not able to talk to one another. They are not able to talk to one another. Then construction work specific can be less well defined with unknowns such as ground conditions. All right, so management is also one of the challenges and barrier. You need to be able to convince this management to have confidence in the new technology, because they are used to a way of doing business. So you need to be able to convince them that e-procurement is actually bringing value, not only to disrupt the status quo, but also bringing value. Then when you are dealing with the management of an e-procurement, you also need to be able to have contact person, and you must build a long-term relationship with the vendor, because it's more about the success of that is more about relationship management. Because without that good relationship management, you have issues in maintaining and sustaining the system. So lack of technical expertise, personnel that are skilled, can also be a barrier, because especially if you do not create a mentorship program during the deployment of the e-procurement, it can create a wide technical gap that after the vendor has handed over, the people that are taking over from them are not capable, technically sound, to operate the system. Also, lack of leadership and top management leadership commitment. So, like I said, this is very key. Without that, you won't have backing in terms of managing change. You won't have backing in terms of getting resources and so on. So, lack of system knowledge. Sometimes because during implementation, the people that are supposed to understudy the vendor, they are not serious with it. Then by the time the vendor disengage, we find out that nobody to operate the system. Lack of strategic management and lack of clear vision and objective. So leadership, strategic management, these are very key. If you don't have clear vision, you will be derailed because a lot of suggestions will come, a lot of distractions will come in the process. All right, so organizational barrier. So within the organization, there may be a number of barriers that can hamper the adoption of e-procurement. For example, the challenge of shifting the mindset of people wanting to stay with the current system. E-procurement actually comes to disrupt the status quo, and change, we often say, is very difficult, especially changing human beings. So you need to put a lot of change management mechanism in place for you to succeed. Also, complex organizational hierarchical structure can also be a challenge to the adoption of e-procurement, industry fragmentation, and one-off project feature, and also lack of resources and different organizational culture. Organization comes with a lot of differences in the culture, and they see e-procurement deployment differently depending on the culture in the organization. So that can be a barrier. Where it is embraced in one organization is not fully embraced in the other organization. Where it is embraced, also you find out that they try to sabotage the system. So the culture is very important. And we can look at the environment also as one of the barrier. One of the things from the environment perspective is lack of national IT policy relating to e-procurement issue. Also lack of effective legal and regulation system. So there has not been fully, established regulation to guide e-procurement, and also poor IT infrastructure. A number of entities are not able to put enough investment. That's why some need to go to the cloud. So lack of marketplace and suppliers readiness, a wait and see attitude among firms. So we see that in some instances, some jurisdiction, so some of the suppliers or contractors, they have initial drag in embracing the system. So they just say, we want to see what will happen, and that also affects adoption. Also, reluctance to share data with trading partners. So some believe that their data in the system will mean exposure of their trade secret. Also, lack of demand from client, lack of pressure from competitors, lack of cooperative executive level support. Talked about all of those ones. So we can also look at the barriers and challenges from two perspectives, internal and external. So from the internal perspective, like I did said earlier, challenge can come in terms of cultural change, because change means you are telling people to shift. So you need to unfreeze them first. Then when they unfreeze, you put in the knowledge, the information you want to pass before you freeze again. So that's all that you go through in the entire change management system. So you must have change agents, you must have change managers and change agents in all the user organization for change management to be properly managed. Then some of the challenges that some organizations feel IT systems are too costly because of the initial cost. Then lack of technical expertise is internal. Need for training, resistance to change, lack of resources and business process, lack of IT infrastructure, lack of top management support, then no business benefit realized. So that's very key, because sometimes because people think e-procurement is an IT project alone, they are not able to show low-hanging fruits as a benefit of why e-procurement, you are investing so much on e-procurement. So it's important that you must be able to show benefit. And externally, the challenge can be regulatory and legal. It can be regulatory and legal, meaning is e-procurement able to adapt to the current regulatory environment? Is it able to quickly change when there's a change in regulations? Those are part of the issues. And also bureaucratic dysfunctionality in practice. Yeah, because a lot of things happen in procurement practice, but is system able to handle those challenges and handle those dysfunctionality, and still be able to deliver effectively? So we just look at some of the solutions to some of these challenges we have mentioned. The first one is policies and regulations. So we must put appropriate policy and regulation in place to guide uh, the practices, to guide the operation of the e-procurement itself. So the e-procurement must align with the legal requirements. It is not a law on its own. It must align with the legal requirements. Then there must also be a guiding manual, user guide, a manual. There must be regulation. All these are part of the things that must be put in place. So there must be policies around access and access code, and policies around how you access the system. You cannot share your user access, your login details. Otherwise, there can be identity theft. You understand? And no giving of user access or username to a friend to work. So you must have policy around that. Otherwise, the integrity of the system can be hampered. Then you must also have a situation where the private, you have a secure dashboard that shows and monitors what goes on in the process. All right, so part of the policies and regulation must also cover what happens and the conduct of the different stakeholders in the system. So let's look at technology as a solution. So systems should be deployed to guarantee data and information security by encryption using digital signature. So part of the solutions to some of the challenges in procurement is to ensure data integrity and information security. And that's why the good way to implement the procurement is to ensure encryption from rest in transition and at destination. So when your data is moving, you want to ensure that it is encrypted immediately you click submit, it's encrypted. Immediately it's flowing through the internet and infrastructure, it's encrypted. Immediately it lands at the destination, it's encrypted until when opened by the other user at the destination. So some other jurisdictions use digital key infrastructure um, to also ensure safety of the information flow on e-procurement. Of course, there must be audit trails to monitor activity within the system such that we know who does what, who changes what. So because it is digital, every action that you take leaves a digital trail in the e-procurement system. I think that is the end of what we have. with regards to e-procurement. We have looked at e-procurement implementation in Nigeria. We have looked at the barriers. We have looked at the challenges to implementation as well. And we have also finally looked at some of the solutions to these challenges. All right, so this brings us to the end of my side of the presentation.
Thank you so much, sir. If you have questions for him, you can ask before we close for today.
Yes, so I'd love to take questions. I'd love to take questions. I'd love to take questions so that wherever you find yourself later, you'll be able to navigate.
I have a question, but it's not related. The question is for Mr. Michael Ligara. It's not it's not related to the training that I just did. I think it's very clear the way you, sir?
Hold your question. Don't address to me now. Let's finish this document first.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Adesina.
I have a question. Afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Adesina.
After breasting must be in particular place or in one. There are other types of arthritis, like psoriatic arthritis, that affects finger, toes, or back. There is rheumatoid arthritis, but can still affect ankles, knees, and elbows. Ankylosing spondylitis always attacks the spine and sacroiliac joints in the pelvis, which causes
Go ahead. He is listening.
Okay, I can hear you. Go ahead with your question. I can hear you.
Continue.
Yes, prostate enlargement can cause the frequent or constant urination.
There's another voice coming up. I don't know.
Carries urine out. When prostate gets enlarged, meaning bigger than normal, a condition called
Okay,
benign
we have
prostatic
a
hypertension.
distraction sound or a distracting sound.
Empty fully, so it fills up again quickly. Also, this
Engineer Mike, mute them. Mute them.
Hello,
This is the
sir.
reason you feel more on peace.
Mr. Zaputa, go ahead with your question. I will have to unmute him. Just look for Mr. Zaputa. Unmute him. Have you seen him? Check for Mr. Zaputa on the list. Ask him to unmute himself. He has a question. Have you seen Mr. Zaputa? Mr. Ezaputa. Look at it there. How you said it.
Good afternoon, Mr. Adesina. My name is Ezapota Simeon Uzochukwu. I really enjoy your lecture on e-procurement. Sir, how do you think e-procurement will be effective in Nigeria, where we are experiencing epileptic power supply? Procurement officers are not going training as at when due. Then Nigeria is bonded with corruption. Would the power to be allow e-procurement to see the light of the day in the country? Thank you very much. Hello, sir.
All right, so thank you very much. So I got your question. Let me say that the journey of e-procurement in most jurisdictions is gradual, and it's just for it to start. And once it starts gradually, and because people will start seeing the benefits, and we also galvanize support from the various stakeholders. It enjoys support from a lot of external stakeholders to ensure that the system stays. So that's one of the things that supports it. In terms of power issue, that's why I've said that a number of deployments of e-procurement has been on cloud. For example, when I say on cloud deployment, you know that power does not affect how you access your Yahoo, for example, or your Gmail. So that's the way e-procurement deployment of cloud will be. So it will just be as like accessing with your login and your password, the way you access your Google, the way you access your Yahoo. So it's the same kind of cloud deployment that e-procurement also enjoys. So in terms of power issue, it will not really affect it. Then in terms of training of the officer, of course, training is a major part of e-procurement. And some of the training are also virtual training that have been produced by the software, development company. So those virtual training are there. Once the system is updated, they will be updated. So anybody that wants to gain knowledge and capability on e-procurement will just access the virtual training, and the virtual training are always available 24/7. So it takes care of the training of procurement officers. And for the other things of interference and corruption, like I said, reforms are gradual. Reforms are gradual, and once we start getting support of stakeholders, and it start growing stronger. Before you know it, in no distance time, we'll all get used to using e-procurement. Thank you. Any other questions?
The comments. My name is Professor Gloria Chukudebe. I want to thank you, Mokulu Adesina, for this enlightening exposition of the state of implementation of e-procurement in Nigeria, and also what e-procurement should be. My contribution to some of the feelings of our people is that once government has put down their feet that this is going to work, it will be a key success factor for eradication of corruption in the country. I wish to remind us of when we had NITEL, fixed lines. Making telephone call was a problem. It was just a privilege for the rich. And when they were bringing a mobile phone, some people felt it was not going to work. But when President Obasanjo just put down his foot that this is going to work and this is how it should work. Today, everybody have a smartphones, not just that mobile phone, that Nokia phone we started with. So let us not worry about power. As he said, it's going to be in the clouds. So anytime you know that your duty is to approve something, or your duty is to develop push your procurement plan online, you have to have a way to do it, because this is one thing that will save our country. Because naturally, it enforces transparency and accountability. Although there is no country that doesn't have corruption, but our problem is the level of corruption. And what is helping all the other countries is this e-procurement, because everybody will see what is happening. So thank you so much on this. I'm hopeful that Nigeria is going to work. And one of the key success factors is this e-procurement, not just at the federal level, but at the state level also. So thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to all my colleagues who have made our time to join. I thank all the participants that have stayed to this end. Remain blessed, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Victor, you have a question.
Victor, unmute Victor.
Okay, can you hear me now, sir?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody, and good afternoon, sir. Thank you so much for the wonderful lecture. And I think it sounded like it was precisely for me because it dealt with a lot of things I handle. But I want to get further clarification on something you mentioned about the implementation process of it in the creation of templates when you are expecting reports. You had mentioned that it's always better to have a single template for reporting so that you don't box yourself to a corner. And then it makes it easier for you to meander around it. Now, I was thinking, and then having seen this in the field, from the process of the profiling, in the creation of the profiles, what the accountant is expected to see based on need-to-know basis is definitely different from what the procurement person will be seeing, and it's also different from what the marketing people at the marketing end will be seeing after the implementation and configuration. And so that might also make it difficult to have the same reporting template and reporting to get the same kind of reports out of the system. For instance, if the procurement person is expecting to see maybe a threshold of whatever is remaining in the store before he creates his request, then the person at the marketing end might be seeing something else based on what's configured for him. And so their reports is also expected to be different. How are you going to manage this? Being that you're also trying to be safe so that you don't box yourself to a corner by creating multiple templates, which might be an issue, which might even start creating some disparity between your discussions with them. So that's what I wanted to find out. So thank you.
All right. So thank you very much. So, so type of reporting and data analysis. So what we just like you said, reporting can be progressive, and reporting is diverse depending on the different users and the stakeholders that you have using and engaging the system. So what you want to do in specifying what the vendor should do for you in your e-procurement is to enable a report creation module. So in the report creation module, it gives you flexibility as a user, whether it's a super user that creates reports, to be able to put up a report, because the reporting will be like dragging different data together. So there will be like a super user that have access to almost all the broad data. So you can then configure reports for different users. So if a new user a new type of user or stakeholder and need different type of report, the system should be able to configure a report for that type of user. So that gives you flexibility to be able to configure reports on as need basis to meet the dynamics of our reporting obligations. Does that answer the question?
Yes. Mr. Francis, your hand is up.
Yes, good afternoon, sir. Mine is a complaint, not a question. I don't know if I'm allowed to. Okay.
Okay, don't
I
worry
guess we're
now.
done. If I can raise my complaint.
Isa, Mr. Isa, you have a question pertaining to the lecture.
No, sir. It is clear, sir.
Okay, if there is no other questions, we have to release our facilitator to continue his work at the Bureau. Thank you so much, sir, for the training.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be with everyone. Yeah,
thank you, sir. We
so
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So before we say the vote of thank, what question do you have for me? Just 5 minutes.
Is that for me, sir?
Any question?
Okay, mine, like I said, is a complaint. I've been on IT people since last week to fix my LMS portal. And when I log in, I'm unable to do anything. It will tell me I cannot self-enroll. I don't know if I'm audible because it's re-echoing in my ears.
Which of the
modules, I cannot access them, so I'm unable to do anything on the LMS. I can log in.
Don't worry. The IT personnel, they will enroll you. Or you send a message to my WhatsApp so that I will.
I've done that. I've been on, unless you want me to send to you personally, I've been on them. Nothing has been done.
Send to me.
Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome. Can somebody study the photo start? And the closing prayers.
Okay, sir, I want to, on behalf of my colleagues, on behalf of the students and all the participants, thank the lecturers and especially the facilitator from the Bureau that took the last lecture. I want to thank all of you for being with us, for attentive to detail, and for tolerating our excesses, especially when our mics are on and the noise tend to disturb the peace of the class. So we want to thank you all, and we pray that your strength be replenished, and that we'll be able to see through the program and benefit from it, and also serve the society with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So can somebody say the closing prayer? A Muslim or a Christian, please. Are you
Engineer, good day, sir.
Father, and of the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
I have a question.
Father,
Please,
I
I
want
just
to
have
thank
a...
you for a day like this. I want to thank you for the enablement, for the grace to be able to have this class and successfully bring it to an end. As we retire to our various job functions, for those going back to their various destinations, we beg for your grace, your protection, and we pray that we are able to also, together, all of us, gather again tomorrow and continue to see and see the program through. We make a prayer through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen.
In the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
What question is that? Who wants to ask a question?
Yes, I wanted to ask about the LMS. So
We don't have
I've
a link to
finished,
submit.
I've concluded the LMS from the module 1 to module 12. I wanted to know the next step after it has been concluded.
How did you conclude from model 1 to 12? It's only model 1 to 5 we are doing.
Sir?
How can you do up to model 12? We are stopping at model 5.
I didn't know.
So I have to cross check how you managed to up to model 12. It's only 5 you stop.
My module 1 to 12 is open there, so I just went through all of them, sir.
Don't worry, later chat me up.
I tried looking for your number on our page, but I didn't see your number, sir.
Okay, let me type my number here on the chat. You can copy it.
All right, sir. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. So if you know you have not done your attendance, please kindly pick it now in the next 5 minutes before I shut down.
Hello, sir. Please, we were given an assignment yesterday. We don't have a link to submit it up to now.
Don't worry, we'll send the link.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, sir.
Sir, this is an observation. I noticed that once a deadline is given to submit assignments, once it's getting very close to the deadline time, the assignment closes. And it's not, if you say 11:59, it could even close at 10:30. I don't know if that is a technical problem or something. So we need to know because it's affecting some of us.
It might be a technical problem. You can send it as a message. I will now look at it.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Financial video clean.
Okay, sir. I've sent you a WhatsApp. I did a screenshot from my LMS to you. So you see what I'm saying.
I will now go offline. So let people do the attendance. In the next 5 minutes, I'll shut down.
Hello, please. Someone should help us and post the assignment to the group chat. Please,
Which of
I
the
was not in the
assignments?
class because the network was bad yesterday. I don't have the
Which
assignment.
of the
Thank you.
assignments?
Yesterday on.
Okay.
It's on the group chat.
Okay, thank you, sir.
It's there. It's been there. They've posted it several times.
Okay, thank you. I didn't know.
It's 9 o'clock. Nagarip ako ng gap. Stay on, but they've not. They are rounding up.
This
Can
assignment.
we go? Those of us who are assigned attendance, can we go?
Hello. This assignment you said is posted in the group chats. There's no assignment posted there.
So no we get problem. I send all my assignment, go this man, page you. Plenty people. Yeah.